Hey, hola a todos, ¿cómo están? Sean bienvenidos a otro día en Comic Con. Ya llevamos aquí varios minutos viendo el panel y hablando con ustedes. Y ya no sabía como que no estábamos silenciados. Según yo ya lo habíamos desilenciado. Porfa, si pasan esas cosas, avísenos. Pero bueno, sí, el día de hoy vamos a hablar sobre las tortugas. Bueno, vamos a ver un panel sobre las tortugas ninja que cumplen el 30 aniversario de su película. La verdad es que esta película fue bastante innovadora porque en ese tiempo no había tantas películas basadas en cómics. Las Tortugas Ninja fueron como pioneras en los blockbusters grandes basados ya en cómics. Entonces, pues vamos a verlo. La verdad es que también tiene unos efectos bastante padres para la época. Porque, bueno, las botargas se movían no solo los ojos, sino también la boca. Entonces era puro animatrónico y estaba bastante padre. Vamos a darle tantito porque si no nos cae el copyright. Pero bueno, veo aquí que Johanna está comentando. Johanna, te mandamos un gran saludo. Muchas gracias por estar aquí todos los días. Lo apreciamos bastante.
Todos.
Todos los días. Y estuvo todas las horas que transmitimos. Así que muchas gracias. Estoy viendo que dices que estás comentando que te gusta, que eres fanática de las tortugas ninja. ¿Cuál es tu tortuga favorita? La mía es, bueno, yo tengo dos tortugas favoritas que son Leonardo y Donatello. ¿Tú, Leo?
Hey, Chris, great.
Leo, igual.
Thanks for having
Mi
us.
tocaya.
Well, thanks for
Siempre fui
doing
muy
this.
fan.
This is a big movie for a lot of people, and I guess the best place to start is, how did this come together?
Ok, está preguntando que es una película bastante grande para mucha gente y le va a preguntar, o sea, le preguntó que cómo surgió la idea de hacer la película. Él es uno de los productores, dijo que estaba trabajando y bueno, estaba produciendo muchos otros shows.
In his office one day, I was there with his wife and one of our other PAs that worked for us. Gary was on the road with Gallagher in Detroit, Michigan, and he wandered into a comic book store and found the first edition of the comic, which he then called me immediately and said, "Dude, you gotta check this comic out. It's going to be our first movie." And I can't believe that you're talking about that. I couldn't understand what he was talking about.
Ok, entonces básicamente uno de los productores que estaban con él fue a una tienda de cómics y se encontró la primera edición del cómic de las Tortugas Ninja y le habló él y le dijo que tenía que checar ese cómic porque tenía mucho potencial para convertirse en una película.
The more we read Kevin and Peter's words and saw the pictures, we understood that it could be made into a live action picture. So we started,
y bueno, siempre que, o sea, empezaron a leer los cómics, informarse más y se dieron cuenta que sí podría ser una película bastante exitosa.
Kevin and Peter a couple of weeks before that and signed them into a merchandise and licensing deal where he would represent them. And after a little protracted negotiation, they signed the deal, and that's how we optioned the rights.
Ok, entonces dice que ellos tuvieron como conversaciones con los creadores y al final firmaron los derechos para sacar merchandising y fue cuando obtuvieron los derechos de las Tortugas Ninja y eso fue en 1987 creo.
If you remember, that was the very first real kids toy that came out. And they were just getting ready to launch that toy in 1988's Toy Fair, which was in...
Ok, entonces el primer juguete que sacaron de la Tortuga Ninja lo sacaron en la New York Toy Fair de 1988. Estamos hablando de hace 32 años más o menos.
Both writing and doing stand-up comedy and warm up for a bunch of different things. I'll let him talk about that, but he seemed like a perfect writer because he had a great sense of humor. And
Y bueno, ahora está hablando sobre el escritor que también está aquí en el panel. Está diciendo que él era como la mejor opción porque hacía stand-up comedy y sabía mucho acerca de la comedia, entonces tenía un gran sentido del humor y pensaron que era la mejor opción. Dice Johanna Gabriela que su tortuga ninja favorito es Miguel Ángel.
Miguel Ángel.
Kim's timing, Gary's timing, everybody's timing was perfect. And he brings it to me while I'm writing from Golden Harvest, which Kim knew I was writing Moon for Golden Harvest. And Kim also knew they made the Bruce Lee, Jackie Chan films. And they had the best martial arts guys, because Kim's idea and Gary's was we put the best martial arts guys, and Kim will correct me if I'm wrong, in these costumes, and then you just dub the voices later. This was just kind of the way they were looking at it at the beginning. So he brought me some tapes and told me that it was a kid show on TV, been on for a bit, and I got it right away. So I took it to my boss, Tom Gray.
Captura de pantalla. Perdónenme. Ahí está. ¿Por qué no se ve el directo? Ah, estamos volviendo unas cosas. Ya llego aquí, Diego MC. Muchas gracias por unírtenos otra vez. Te lo agradecemos. Espero que has tenido una buena noche. Estamos aquí viendo el panel sobre la historia de la película de las tortugas ninja, más o menos, de la de 1990 ya.
At the same time, Chris, Gary and I put together these packages with Bobby, and we started going out to the studios, thinking that we had a great the comics were really a storyboard.
Ok, básicamente lo que está mencionando aquí es que los cómics los utilizaban como storyboards, o sea, como como fuentes para la historia. Y entonces eso y muchas otras cosas que tenían como de... Veamos, me acaba de salir algo de suscripción. Veamos, alguien se suscribió pero no puedo verlo. Y básicamente todo ese material les sirvió porque entonces ya tenían muchas cosas en donde basarse y poder hacer una muy buena propuesta para la película. Y era en un tiempo donde la película de Howard el Pato acaba de salir, pero realmente no había muchas películas basadas en cómics. Las únicas que, o sea, básicamente la película de las Tortugas Ninja de hace 30 años fue pionera para las películas basadas en cómics. O sea, ahorita ya sabemos que todas las películas basadas en cómics, Los Vengadores, La Liga de la Justicia, Batman, Spider-Man y eso, son los blockbusters más grandes de todo el año, básicamente. Y, pero aquí no era como, no había ese boom. Y las Tortugas Ninja como que llegó como a establecer eso. De hecho fue una de las películas más taquilleras de los 90.
I don't know about the pop with the turtles thing is real. And what I was finding out was that it was the kid's secret. You have to remember, this is before iPads and cell phones and what the kids had when you were a kid, Chris. You had TV shows, unless I'm...
Okay, entonces básicamente
your age probably,
había como otras varias historias de las Tortugas Ninja que pasaban en la serie de televisión que pues se quedaban como en secreto entre los niños, no era como su plática de siempre, porque pues antes no existía los iPads, ni los teléfonos, ni el internet. O sea, sí existía el internet, pero no era tan accesible para todos como es ahora. Y tampoco había tantas consolas de videojuegos. Entonces básicamente la tele era como donde la gente se pasaba más el tiempo. Y entonces pues ahí fue cuando las Tortugas Ninja empezaron a obtener mucha audiencia, porque pues eran todos los niños que luego regresaban a sus casas después de un largo día de jugar con sus amigos o de ir a la escuela, y ahí es donde veían las caricaturas, y ahí fue cuando la audiencia empezó a crecer.
I kept bugging him about it. One night we went and had a drink, and I realized he had a 10-year-old and a 12-year-old. I believe that's about how old his kids were then at home. And my thought was, I just told Tom, you got 2 kids at home. Just ask them about the turtles. Now this is where in Beverly Hills. I lived in
Y
Long Beach. When I got back to Long Beach
y
that
dice
night,
que
which takes about an hour,
le
there's
dijo,
a message
creo
on my
que
recorder phone
uno de
for
los
you
escritores,
young folks was the
que
early
pues él tenía
answer
2 hijos
machine.
en
It's
casa,
called
entonces que
recorder
solo
phone.
les preguntara
And
sobre las
Tom
tortugas
leaves a
ninja para
message,
que
Herbs,
viera qué le
babes. Now
decían,
those
¿no?
two
Y
words
pues
mean to
obviamente
close
pues
the deal. Herbs is a
en las
nickname,
tortugas ninja eran
babes
como los
means
ídolos de
I love
todos,
you, babe. Means I think I've closed
todos
the
los
deal.
niños
He
en los
said, Herbs
90.
is
Es como ahora los
get
Vengadores
ready and
para
meet
los
me
niños, ¿no?
tomorrow
Las
morning
tortugas
for
ninja eran como,
breakfast
oh, wow.
in Westwood and let's talk about this. All of a sudden, he's starting to see the light. And then I got a hold of Kim. Kim drove up from Newport. We drove into Westwood and did the dog and pony show with him. And,
Dice Diego
he
MC,
was
¿tu
still
serie
was
favorita
by
de las tortugas
sliding out of the
ninja?
booth. When he gets interviewed, he says,
Me gusta mucho
the movie
como
was
la de
saved by
Nickelodeon,
one cheek,
la
one
de
butt
como
cheek.
animada en
He had one
computadora,
butt cheek off
pero
the booth
definitivamente me
around
gusta
to the
mucho más la
exit,
original,
and
la de
Kim
los
pulled it
90.
back in with.
Well, it was all about
Yo
how
respeto los
we kept the budget
clásicos,
down. We didn't
pero
have to hire big, expensive
en mi humilde
actors because
opinión,
the
o sea, no en mi
actors
humilde
had to be in
opinión, sino
suits
la de
and they were being
Nickelodeon
stuntmen
fue mucho
for the most
más,
part.
estuvo mucho
And
más presente en mi infancia,
whether we replaced their
entonces
voices
me
or
inclino un
not,
poquito más
which
por
ended
esa.
up happening as it turned out, we weren't going to have to pay a lot of money for actors. And because
Ya llegó Baby Yoda.
Golden Harvest had studios
¿Dónde
in Hong
está?
Kong, they've been making all the Bruce Lee films, and then they made the Jackie Chan.
Hola Baby Yoda, te
So
mandamos
they had
un gran
that
saludo. Muchas
infrastructure in
gracias
place.
por estar aquí.
The one thing
Me saludas
that
al mando.
we had negotiated with the Mirage guys is that they would
Ok,
get
ahorita
approval,
están comentando
they
que
get input on
lo
the
bueno
script,
de
but they
tener
get
como que
approval
los personajes
over
principales
the,
fueran
over the costumes.
personas o
So
stunts dentro de las
once
botargas,
Tom
es que no tenían
got
que
the
pagar
idea
tanto
that they
dinero
could do this
para
movie
conseguir actores.
affordably,
O sea,
he got
básicamente
the
los
idea
protagonistas
that
eran
the
las
toys
tortugas y
were
eran
going
ellos los que
on.
llamaban la
Toy Fair
atención.
was in
No necesitaban un
February
actor
of
de
88,
una talla,
and by June the toys were on the shelf.
pues,
And it was then that
no sé,
everybody in the
bastante
world sort
grande.
of went, oh, wow, what are
Y eso
these
fue lo que
things?
les ahorró
I don't
también
know
bastante
if you ever
dinero
heard
en
the stories
la
about
producción.
they actually brought turtles in costumes to New York City, and they staged this big thing where they blew a manhole cover off, and steam came out, and then the turtles emerged from it, and they walked into the Javits Center. And it created a huge storm of publicity, but that came on
Brian
the heels
Valero,
of, like, the more
otro que ha
ok.
estado con nosotros
that had been
todos
done.
estos días.
Muchas gracias por venirte, Brian Valero. Te mandamos un muy gran
That's
saludo.
when they
Gracias por estar
produced that
compartiendo tu
series,
experiencia de Comic Con
basically
con
Playmate Toys
nosotros.
commissioned it in order to get the toys popularized by young kids, and they kept repeating those five.
Ok, ya
Johanna
veo.
Gabriela, otro gran saludo para ti. Muchísimas gracias nuevamente por estar con nosotros y compartir tu experiencia Comic Con con nosotros dos.
Ujú. Te mandamos un gran saludo. Ok, ya vi.
Bobby and I finally made the deal with Tom, and we were,
Everything happened. I'm sorry, kid. Everything happened fast. Once Tom got it and put the
Ay,
pieces
no, espero que
together,
no se vuelva a
within,
trabar.
I would say a week, 2 weeks, Tom calls me and said, Herbs,
Se está trabando la vez otra
pack a
vez.
suitcase. We're going to Northampton, Mass. We
Pero
got
es
to meet
este
Peter
para-
and Kevin and convince them we're the company to do this movie. And I mean, it's like it just once the light went off, right, Kim?
Yeah.
Ya está. Es que habían dicho, ¿por qué los paneles eran el día 3? Sí, se me fue. Ya ahorita ya tenemos los paneles del día 4. Dice Brian Valero, llegué por las noticias y me quedé por el ambiente. Muchas gracias, Brian, en serio significa
Muchísimas gracias.
muchísimo para nosotros que compartas tu experiencia conmigo con nosotros. Nosotros tratamos de hacer el ambiente muy lo mejor que podamos. Obviamente pues es la verdad es que es nuestro primer directo como de esta forma y tan largo. La verdad es que apenas íbamos empezando con no sabíamos cómo iba a reaccionar la gente, y agradecemos mucho toda su reacción, toda su aceptación que tuvimos. En serio, sin ustedes no podríamos hacer esto. Así que esperen el DC Fandom para que se vienen muchas. Ahí sí vamos a tener paneles bastante épicos, muchas noticias, Esperemos, yo creo que el ambiente va a estar mucho mejor que el de aquí de Comic Con, así que no olviden estar suscritos.
Simon Fields producer, and next thing I know, we had a dinner together in Long Beach. I met Steve Barron and Simon Fields. Next thing you
Creo
know,
que dicen su película favorita, Las Tortugas Ninja. Me gusta mucho esta película, la original, la de 1990, pero tengo que admitir que sí me gustaron también las nuevas películas que sacaron. Igual el diseño de las tortugas no era el mejor, no era el mejor diseño, pero sí me gustó, sí me atrapó la historia, la verdad.
Igual. Más la 1 que la 2, pero sí considero que las dos cuentan una buena historia.
Dice, los que se ven, ya están los paneles del domingo ya está aquí, por ejemplo, ya pueden ver ahí las tortugas ninja. Dice Maratón de las Tortugas Ninja. Estaría bastante original, creo que no lo hemos hecho. Igual me organizo con Leo y hacemos como una colaboración, aunque sea como a distancia. Lo que hace que me quede son como con ustedes y su humor. Ya me suscribí a todos sus canales y a los de Leo. En serio, muchas gracias, Diego, te lo agradecemos bastante.
Muchísimas gracias.
Agradecemos todo su apoyo, en serio, nos da bastante alegría. Solo estamos aquí para compartir con ustedes las noticias, la experiencia, y obviamente pues está bien como ver como por ejemplo los paneles igual solos en su casa, pero creo que aquí lo que hicimos fue como un ambiente más padre, ¿no? Y como vivir aquí en comunidad, y esperemos poderlo hacerle, poder hacerlo varias veces. Yo creo que, como les digo, la DC Fandom es muy seguro que lo vamos a repetir, y probablemente la New York Comic Con, esperemos. Yo la verdad veo muy difícil que se realice en físico, así que esperemos que hagan en línea varios paneles y claro que sí la cubrimos. El de Marvel, ¿para cuándo? La verdad estuvo mucho mejor que otros creadores en Comic Con. Andrés Lavi y nos contestan así. Muchas gracias, Dios, se los agradecemos. Wow, está en serio, wow. Obviamente, pues ellos son los creadores, yo creo que más grandes que se dedican a hacer esto. Así que te agradecemos mucho estas coberturas. También les quiero decir que los resúmenes del día 2, 3 y este día van a estar disponibles en mi canal. Ya estoy trabajando en el resumen de los días 2 y 3. La cosa es que me atrasé porque son el sábado y especialmente en el domingo fueron muchas noticias. Yo pensé que el video iba a ser como de 3 o 4 minutos como fue el primer video de noticias. Pero cada noticia de sábado y domingo fueron como casi 10 minutos de cada día, entonces sí me atrasé un poco, pero va a quedar bastante padre. En serio, apreciamos mucho que hayas dicho eso, en serio. Pues, espera, o sea, nos dedicamos a traerles la mejor calidad. Obviamente hemos tenido algunos fallos, pero en serio, sus palabras significan bastante.
It was like the movie Straw Dogs, which you wouldn't remember, Chris, but it would. Little teeny English town, and that's the first time I heard. Whenever I walk by and hear somebody go, "It's the bloody Yank." I was the bloody Yank, and they were like looking out their windows and peeking at me when I walked. And I was constantly.
¿Han visto la película de Batman y las Tortugas Ninja? Yo la vi hace unos meses. No me acuerdo si estábamos ya en cuarentena o no. Estoy muy seguro que sí la vi este año. Me gustó bastante. Me gusta como siempre que hacen crossovers de personajes de diferentes franquicias. Entonces se me hizo bastante entretenida.
Yo no la he visto, pero sí tengo muchísimas ganas. Yo creo que esta semana me lo voy a echar, porque el concepto se ve súper interesante.
Por cierto, habéis dicho que el de Marvel para cuándo. La verdad es que no han anunciado cuándo va a ser el evento de Marvel, pero yo tengo el presentimiento de que sí va a haber. Probablemente lo anuncien ya más cerca para las fechas de DC Fandom. Probablemente, como para contraatacar. Pero sí, también si hay panel de Marvel, lo vamos a estar, evento de Marvel lo vamos a estar cubriendo. ¿Acaso no han visto estos combos y el escorpión dorado suelto en Comic Con? Sí, lo he visto varias veces y es bastante chistoso.
Alex Montiel creo que es uno de los creadores más creativos y más innovadores en esta plataforma.
That would have you would have transitioned into the spring of '89 by then. Now keep in mind, Chris, I'm in Orlando most of this time, and we're just about to do the pilot for the Mickey Mouse Club. There was a writer's strike in
ok, está bastante interesante. Uno de los escritores, creo, o de los directores, es el que está a la derecha. Él hizo también el piloto del Mickey Mouse Club, que era una serie bastante famosa. Ahí salieron muchos cantantes famosos, Justin Timberlake, Britney Spears. Entonces está interesante que él también haya dirigido ahí el club de Mickey Mouse. Su videojuego favorito de las Tortugas Ninja. Fíjate que no he jugado muchos videojuegos de las Tortugas Ninja. Me acuerdo, creo que había uno de teléfono que era como de correr.
Yo tampoco.
Había creo que uno de teléfono que era como de correr. Ese sí lo tenía, me gustaba bastante. Y en el Injustice, cuando los metieron. En el Injustice 2.
Es justo lo que iba a decir en el Injustice 2. Pero sí, yo tampoco, nunca jugué, no he jugado, que yo recuerde, ningún juego de las tortugas. Ya llegó Jorge Hernández. ¿Cómo estás?
Hola, Jorge, te mandamos un gran saludo. Dice, hola. Hola.
That was in the spring of '88 when we were making the pilot. We started producing the series, and then the movie's supposed to start. It's scheduled to start in July, but that was the only way it was going to get made was with good costumes.
Ok, dice que la película empezó a producirse por, creo que noviembre, septiembre del 88, pero dijo que la única manera en que la película empezara a ser producida y hecha es que necesitaban tener buenos trajes. Dice, ¿cuál es su reacción cuando vieron por primera vez las tortugas? Dice que le voló la cabeza, porque pues ya habían visto juguetes, cómics, los storyboards, pero cuando vieron los disfraces, o bueno, los trajes originales, realmente como que las tortugas estaban como en la vida real, ¿no? Y fue bastante padre. And it started in July of '89, and it was hot in Wilmington. Like, dice que la filmación empezó en julio de 1989 y pues hacía mucho calor donde filmaron, entonces se asaban dentro de los trajes y no, bueno, no me lo puedo imaginar, o sea, pobre de la gente que estaba dentro de los trajes.
Sí. Como las botargas ahí.
¿Ya jugaron Ghost of Tsushima? Yo tengo Play, pero no lo he jugado. He visto muy buenas críticas.
Igual, o sea, no igual. He visto muy buenas críticas y se ve que es un juegazo, pero yo no tengo Play, entonces no.
¿Les gusta el estilo anterior de las Tortugas Ninja más rudo y sangriento? Pues sé que ese fue como el estilo original de las Tortugas Ninja, así salieron primero, y de hecho quieren hacer la próxima película de las Tortugas Ninja más como ruda y sangrienta, como fue la idea principal, pero siento que ya la cultura pop y todo, en sí todos los fanáticos y niños y todos los que conocen las Tortugas Ninja, pues los recuerdan más por su tono más como animado, más chistoso, más divertido, ¿no? Entonces, la verdad yo prefiero mil veces el estilo clásico. Obviamente el original es el más violento, pero el clásico que es como todos lo conocemos, yo lo prefiero estilo.
Sí, siento que conforme han pasado los años, se han creado una reputación, bueno, más que reputación, una esencia, que bueno, cuando le preguntas a alguien, oye, ¿conoces las tortugas ninja? Pues obviamente se van a acordar del estilo como infantilón, amistoso y así. Entonces siento que si de la nada sacan una versión más ruda, siendo más fiel en las primeras, pues la gente que no es tan fan y no conoce de dónde viene, pues se va a sacar un poquito de onda. Pero yo sí aceptaría una versión, o sea, vaya, me gustaría ver una versión más agresiva cinematográficamente, pero sí.
A mí la historia favorita de las tortugas ninja. Pues, no sé, o sea, la escena favorita. Solo he visto, la verdad, la película de 1990 y las dos películas más recientes. La segunda y la tercera de continuación es la de los 90 no las vi. Pero escena favorita, pues es que no. Probablemente la batalla final, pero no es como que diga, ay, esa escena me encanta ni nada.
So we're 6 weeks out from the start of production, and Leonard Goldberg gets replaced at 20th Century Fox by a guy named Barry Diller. Barry Diller took over and basically wiped the slate clean. They had a slate of films that were scheduled to be made that summer, and he said, none of, particularly the turtle film. I don't want it. It's never going to happen.
Ok, entonces dice que por finales de 1989 Fox cambió como a CEO o algo así, director, y entonces tenían como un programa de las películas que iban a salir en los siguientes años, y la nueva persona que se acaba de Fox dijo que no quería que sacara ninguna de las películas, en especial la de las tortugas ninja.
Su top 3 de videojuegos. Bueno, yo siempre que me preguntan esto, siempre contesto que yo, en lo personal, en los videojuegos lo que más me gusta es divertirme, porque mucha gente pues, se va más por los gráficos, por la campaña, ¿no? Pero lo que más obviamente me gusta de un videojuego es que me divierta. Entonces, a mí los que más me divierten actualmente son Minecraft, GTA y un poquito Call of Duty en general, no un Call of Duty en específico, sino los shooters me gustan mucho.
Yo digo que en primer lugar pongo los juegos de Halo, en segundo el Spider-Man de PlayStation 4 y en tercero los juegos de Lego, que son muy muy divertidos.
Sí, yo soy adicto también a eso.
En cuarto Minecraft, y el top 5 pues Fortnite. Bueno, y pues también Mario Kart y los juegos de Mario. Es como... Está difícil en realidad poner como... Ya sé que es como muy común que la gente diga, no, pues yo prefiero este juego por este juego, por este juego. Pero en realidad es que es como... No me gusta comparar realmente cuál me gusta más o cuál es mejor. Simplemente...
Por dos. Los videojuegos en general son muy divertidos.
Sí. Luego puedes ir a ver juegos malos, como el Halo 5. Entonces, eso sí puede decir que son malos.
Aparte, Nintendo creo que es como aparte, porque todos tenemos ciertos gustos, pero en general a todos nos gusta Nintendo. Entonces, eso es como a otro nivel.
¿Qué opinan de la película live action de las tortugas ninja? ¿De las nuevas o de las viejas? De las nuevas yo siento... Se me hicieron buenas películas, se me hicieron entretenidas. Sí sé que hubo mucha gente que no les gustó por el diseño o por otra cosa. Por ejemplo, la primera sí le fue bien en recaudación, pero la segunda no tanto. Pero la verdad sí me gustaban. Siento que sí tienen la esencia de las tortugas.
Leo, tu escena favorita de las tortugas ninja. Ahorita que le preguntaron en el Lux me quedé pensando, y yo creo que una escena que me gusta mucho de las nuevas live action es cuando Splinter los empieza a entrenar, de las live action, de la 1, cuando Splinter, él empieza a aprender por su cuenta y después los entrena. Toda esta secuencia me gusta.
But anyway, if I may, because of time, so we got the picture going, and Kim can fill you in on all the production stuff. I went to Wilmington for one day, and my back was so bad. I was just trying to get through the shoot. I got there one day and called my doctor, and he says, I'm coming back. You got to do my back surgery. I could only stand up to sleep. My back was so bad. So I missed the entire shoot, which was really a bummer. Oh, wow. Once again, another curse.
Ok, básicamente dice el escritor que cuando se estaba grabando la película tuvo como un problema en la espalda o algo así y tuvo que ir al doctor, entonces se perdió toda la grabación y pues ya no pudo como ver cómo se hacía la película. Eso está feo, eso está feo.
Aquí Brian Valero ya puso su top 3. En top 1 Gears of War 2, en top 2 Far Cry 3 y en top 3 Ninja Gaiden Black. Gears of War nunca he sido tan fan, pero sí lo conozco. Far Cry sí estoy un poquito más familiarizado, pero no conozco Ninja Gaiden Black.
Yo tampoco. Yo al igual que tú. Lo mismo que dijiste por 2.
As well as all the servos, and of course the servos operated all the eyes, and there are some pictures online of some how complex these characters were, and how much technology was used to build them. There was a lot of stuff that Jim had and Brian had.
Pero dice Brian Valero, pero si es por diversión, juego mucho Fortnite y PUBG. Yo también juego bastante Fortnite. Y estaría padre que Fortnite metieran skins de las tortugas ninja.
Yo no soy muy fan de Fortnite, pero creo que poco a poco me voy a ir introduciendo más a la dinámica. Porque con los Battle Royale tengo un poquito de preferencia por los más realistas, como es PUBG, como es Warzone. Pero creo que voy a regresar a Fortnite porque lo jugué en la temporada 3 del anterior y desde entonces no estoy totalmente desconectado, pero sí, yo creo que sí voy a regresar.
I remember seeing so many different fight scenes where the guy who choreographed the picture was a guy named Pat Johnson, and Pat was he did all the
¿Has visto las Tortugas Ninja 1 y 2 2014-2016? Sí, las he visto varias veces. La verdad es que sí disfruto las películas de las Tortugas Ninja, la verdad.
Brian was the chief puppeteer, but he was also the second unit director. So he was in charge of all of the fight
¿Saben cuál también? Había una película que también me gustaba, las Tortugas Ninja. Era una como de animación de computadora. Por ahí de, ¿qué será? 2007. Incluso antes. Déjame ver cómo se llamaba.
Qué curioso, creo que aquí justo puso Johanna Gabriela. Emilio, las Tortugas Ninja 2007, ¿la has visto, sí o no?
2000, la atiné, perfecto.
A ver, yo...
Ok, creo que ya estamos otra vez. No sé si estamos en la misma transmisión, a ver. Hola. Creo que se había trabado. No estoy muy seguro si sigamos aquí ahorita en la misma transmisión. Es que ahorita no tengo forma de ver los comentarios. Veamos. Está cargando. Ahí está. ¿Te sale que está... O sea, que ya está?
¿Ya volvimos?
¿Te sale que ya volvimos o no?
A ver, déjame meto interacto.
Ahí está. Creo que sí sale que ya volvimos. Sí,
ya volvimos.
Ok,
ya volvimos.
perfecto. Perfecto, chavos.
Dificultades técnicas, pero ya regresamos.
Ya después, no sé qué rayos pasó, la verdad. Pero ya estamos de vuelta.
We believed in it, and it was just, we finally got people turned around, and there's a lot, and the critics beat the hell out of this movie. They said, you know, Leonard Maltin, worst movie I've ever seen, and I waited all these years to meet him, I never got to, naner, and have like a turtle shirt of his jacket, because the critics don't know, the kids, you know, it's the audience, the kids are going to, and what happened also in the crafting of the script was the script was written in such a way that it was written to a level of between parents and kids, not written down to kids.
Yes.
Because then the parents would go home and say, hey, Joyce, you got to take Kenny and go see this movie. It's a fun movie, and it's, you know, it's great. Because the parents, there's something for every age, and it's some good messages. And I think that's the success, Kim will tell you, is you got to have people come back and see it again.
Well, and that's a tribute to Mark Friedman, because he put together these licensing deals with Ralston Purina, and I don't know if you know this, but Ralston Purina made a Turtles
perdóname, ya.
back in that
No sé qué pasó realmente con la transmisión hace ratito, pero déjame ver los comentarios.
And there was a 2-for-1 coupon on the back of the cereal box. And the first week, and it may have only been a good coupon for like 2 weeks of the movie, but that brought people back to the theaters a couple of times.
Ok, tenemos un comentario de María de Jesús Carmen Martínez. Pone...
it was number one against all the critics' reviews, because the critics panned it too. And for almost 3 months, we went back and forth, number one, number two.
¿Otra vez?
It was amazing. And ironically,
no. Pero es que el compa de los Funkos pone Samuel Telles y Johanna Gabriel le contesta. El compa de los Funkos, yo no soy fan de Samuel Telles.
Comes out and starts a campaign that says, well,
sé que el Samu es buena persona.
Es muy buena persona y la gente no lo odien.
No lo odien. Es un crack. Samuel, si estás viendo este directo, te mando un gran saludo. Dice, hola, ya se ve bien. Sí, no sé qué pasó ahorita. La verdad es que nunca nos había pasado eso, que de nada el sistema nos dijo que ya no se veía nada. Ay.
But in LA, there were billboards where Pretty Woman and Julia Roberts and Michelangelo were best friends, right?
Hey, oh, Kim, wow. Hey, Kim, there's another irony. When we got the award, was it People's Choice Award, the award show that we went, and we were all at, and that was when we were fighting, Iran, Iraq, whatever was, Desert Storm or whatever was going on then. And I said, send the turtles over there and the war will be over in about an hour. But do you remember who the hosts were of that show?
Julia
Garcia and Julia Roberts, and I just made that connection. That's a small. No wonder she wasn't real friendly with us. Anyway,
so there has been some questions from the fans that have been
Dice
asked.
Ninja Gaiden es el papá de God of War y Dante Figueroa. Samuel Telles malo. No.
SKR Imaging.
No, Samu es muy buena persona, en serio.
Es muy buena persona. No se merece el hate.
I have no idea who is responsible.
I think it would be the Creature Shop. I think you'd have to get with Steve Barron. I think it, clearly Kevin and Peter had a hand in that as well, because they were artists. But I think it had to be the artists in the Creature Shop that drew those characters and made them what they were.
Yeah. Good question.
Next one is from Nake ID Munster, and they ask, what is your favorite / most memorable moment you wrote for the film? So I think that's more towards you, Bobby.
Would that be my favorite in the process of writing or in the film? What's in the film?
Yeah. Probably both. We could go with both.
Well, my favorite thing was meeting Peter and Kevin, and then going to England and watching this whole.
A mí las Tortugas Ninja de 2007, ¿lo has visto? Sí. Sí, ya dije que la había visto.
went to the screening and saw it
Hace
in the rough cut.
mucho,
And it's
la verdad.
wow, and you get goosebumps. You
Con
go, wow,
esas
there it
películas
is.
me introducí a las
And
tortugas
seeing
ninja.
the Hensons take it
Ok,
from
estoy viendo
clay
como que se
figures
está
and just build it into the
petando feo el
costumes,
directo.
which I had a chance to go over there a
Parece ya el
couple
primer
times.
directo
Over in
del
London,
primer
they were
día.
doing that,
No
and
sé por
just
qué.
watching the whole thing evolve. And I got a lot of favorite scenes in the movie. It's a Kodak moment's one of my favorite scenes. Domino's pizza thing, and probably one of my other favorite is when they bring April downstairs unconscious and they say to Splinter, "Can we keep her?" That had all kinds of connotations for me. So that's three of them.
Yeah, those are
Yeah.
great. Next one is from Toidle Soup. They ask, who were your favorite characters to write?
Mine? All of them.
All of them.
They all were a different person. I mean, first of all, Peter and Kevin, set them in stone. I mean, they were there. All I did as a writer, and even Todd did the same, was reshape them a little bit. I think everybody had a hand in it. I said to you earlier, of the four personalities, Raffy's very much my personality. The sulker, the type A,
Yeah.
But I spent so much time with them writing and getting into them, and if I may, Kim will allow me, I watched Star Wars, it seemed like 100 times, because I looked at every battle in that movie to see when they had a battle, and I realized there was a theme for every battle. It wasn't just, gee, we're 7 minutes in, we need to have a battle, an action scene. There was a theme to each fight, each battle scene, and I tried to bleed that into the Ninja Turtle. Whenever there was a fight going on, there was a theme behind it, because that was kind of the message Splinter was making anyway. You're on defense, you're not on offense. You don't pick the fight, but you finish the fight, like he did at the end of the movie.
Right. That's really cool.
Yeah. Now, my favorite character always has been Mikey, because he
Ok,
reminds
están
me
hablando
of
sobre
Gary
sus
Crawford.
personajes favoritos. Dice que su personaje favorito siempre ha
Gary
sido
was always cowabunga.
Miguel
Gary
Ángel.
was a surfer, grew up surfing in Cocoa Beach.
Se
and he
traba.
was a
Sí, ya
radical
vi.
kid.
No sé por qué se está trabando.
He was always like,
Como Funko ya
his
salieron más
personality
exclusivos en México.
reflected in Michael
Se está petando
Angelo's
porque hasta el
way.
directo sabe que es el fin de
Still,
la Comic Con. Sí.
very meaningful.
¿Alguien más les gustó los
Well,
diseños de
Casey
Steven
Jones is
Spielberg de
very
las
much
Tortugas
James
Ninja en
Dean to
Ready
me, and a
Player
little bit of
One?
De Niro.
No me acuerdo mucho de los
He
diseños.
looked like
Déjame
De Niro
verlos.
to me. He does. Elias looks like he could be De Niro's son. But I always had kind of a James Dean thing about him. He was just cool. And he's just, as a person, the actor himself is a very cool person. So
It's the best portrayal of Casey
all of
Jones.
Huh?
It's the best portrayal of Casey Jones, in my opinion.
Yeah. Well, I think she was the best April.
Yeah,
And
that
this is
too.
a problem. A lot of us didn't get to do the sequel because it got down to money.
Mm.
Because when you go to do the sequel, you've been the first one. The industry, the union says you got to.
Según yo sí salen las tortugas, o sí salen en Ready Player One, Rafael y Donatello, pero creo que son los mismos diseños que las últimas películas.
And he didn't bring a lot of people back. Kim will back me on it. Kim and Gary were smart because they had a 3-picture deal on it, so I didn't. Son of a.
Next one.
Just a couple more. We're going to run out of time here.
Okay.
Okay.
Well,
No,
we'll do,
we have an hour.
the next one is from TMNT Collector NL, and it says, "Will you ever make a TMNT movie again?"
We would love to do a reboot.
Yeah, there's a lot of energy around this film and trying to do it again. I think that there's that when we did this pizza party recently, there was a lot of people weighing in on that when we were getting all these comments, and there's certainly a lot of energy around it. From your lips to God's ears.
Because Paramount has the rights Viacom, so it would be almost a miracle. But what's nice is our fan base keeps saying they like the first version of the Turtles as opposed to the new version. If nothing else, the look and the characters and the personality. So
It's absolutely
Sí, yo digo que sí, yo
It's
digo que
absolutely
sí.
a phenomenal film. It's still the best in the history.
it still holds up, man.
Definitivamente los diseños.
I
O sea,
watched it recently and went, God, this thing, I always hated the little hand puppet pizza thing. And when I saw it in the rushes, I said to Tom Gray, now that's not going to be in these. No, we're gonna do that better. And then the movie comes out and I said, they left that scene in. Now I love it because it's funny. It's campy to me. They
Anthony San Diego, they ask, what was your main motivation and biggest fear during the process of writing the TMNT movie?
Oh, eso está bueno. Dice que cuál fue como miedo más grande.
Do you have anything you want to say, buddy, before we go? Let you go.
No, just thank you for making this amazing film that's been such a long.
Ya estamos.
¿Ya regresamos?
Ya regresamos, chavos. Esperemos, no sé qué está pasando el día de hoy con el programa. Yo creo que es porque la verdad no sé.
Just thank you for. A lot of it, there was NL, and it says, will you ever make a TMNT?
Ya se escucha y se ven. Se está petando porque hasta el directo sabe que es el fin de la Comic Con. Sí. No sé por qué, no sé qué pasó, pero ya está. Ya está. ¿En qué se quedaron, chavos? ¿En qué se quedaron? F. Para ponerlo. Recuerden. Rápido. Ok, entonces vamos a seguir con esta. Ya va a acabar el panel.
Part of so many people's lives and just vacations and time with family and friends and you guys.
Tu villano favorito de las tortugas.
It's just amazing to talk to you guys. Thank you so much.
Tu villano favorito de las tortugas. Shredder. Yo creo que Shredder. El clásico.
Turtle Down logo from the YouTube channel. But
¿Tú, Leo?
Es que si estoy entre Shredder
And we thank you for jumping in and being our moderator and host today. We couldn't pick the better person.
Sí, no, igual, Shredder. Porque estaba entre Shredder o Baxter, pero
sí, Shredder es como el clásico. Bueno, también ¿cómo se llama el? ¿De Kang?
Cierto. No, pero no, sí, igual. Creo que Shredder es el más mítico.
Sí. Definitivamente. Dice, adiós el vivo de Comic Con porque se traba. Pues ya no se está trabando. Así que ya hay que dejar eso en el pasado, chavos.
Hey.
¿Miren el episodio donde se muestra el futuro de las tortugas y todas mueren?
What?
No. ¿Todas mueren? No, según yo no. Sí vi que van a sacar ahorita la de The Last Running, donde solo queda una tortuga y todas las demás están muertas y tienen que como va a vengar como a sus hermanos. Eso va a estar chida ese cómic. Pero donde todas mueren, no. A ver, ahora seguimos con el. ¿Cuál es el siguiente? El de Film School. Creo que es el que sigue. Déjame ver. Sí, vamos una hora atrasados justo por todo lo que pasó. Una horita atrasados. Déjenme. Más voy a descargar este. Y aquí ya se está cayendo el cielo.
Aquí igual, ya está empezando a llover.
Vamos a ver esto. Veamos aquí. Sí, no, aquí ya está lloviendo fuerte, fuerte, fuerte. Los que están viendo en su casa está lloviendo. En su casa está lloviendo porque aquí sí. Vamos a dejarle. Sí. Tenemos ahorita. Espérenme. Déjanos sus comentarios. Bueno, vi buen bueno video. Las tortugas ninja. No.
Vaya.
Ok. No. Dice. Ok. Esperen un tantito. Voy a tantito desactivar la camarita de esta acá. Listo. Wow, hoy sí se está cayendo. Horrible el cielo. El cielo se cae. Como diría Chicken Little.
El cielo se cae. ¿Tienen una tortuga menos favorita? Todas las 4 siento que son un gran equipo. Son un gran símbolo para la cultura pop. Pero la que menos me gusta, o sea, todas me gustan, pero la que menos sería Donatello. No sé por qué. Pero no es que no me guste, simplemente las 4, esa es la que menos me gusta, pero no es que no me guste. Que no es la que menos me gusta.
Veamos. Perdónenos. Bueno, entonces bien. Seguimos ahorita con el panel de Jack Kirby. Esperemos que no se trabe ni nada. Porque va bien lento ahorita. Para los que no sepan, Jack Kirby fue uno de los creadores del Capitán América. Es una de las personas más importantes en los cómics.
Muy amigo de Stan Lee.
Ajá, exacto.
Creo que Stan Lee y Jack Kirby es como el dúo dinámico de Marvel Comics.
Incluso también, sí, Jack Kirby yo creo que fueron como las personas más importantes. Pero también, bueno, está Steve Ditko y... Bueno, su episodio favorito. La verdad, no tengo... Es que no sé cómo se llama el episodio, la verdad. Pero... Fíjense que tengo un rato que no veo los episodios de las tortugas ninja. Un ratote, la verdad. Déjame me acuerdo de uno.
Yo soy muy fan. No me acuerdo tampoco.
Yo tampoco me acuerdo.
Leo, yo reto todas las películas de las tortugas ninja. ¿Me retas a ver todas? Porque sí estaría bien hacerlo del maratón. Pero no sé muy bien a qué te refieres. Wow.
Hasta ahorita, ya que el día de hoy sí viene medio flojón. El domingo ya siempre es como, bueno, ya, solo soy domingo. Siento que aún así... Ahorita no sé por qué está sonando este.
So hi, I'm Rand Hoppy. I'm the
Ok. Déjame... Pongo este para acá. Para seguir descargando el siguiente. Leo ya te reto. Ok. Ya se los como. Sigan comentando, chavos, para poder hacer algunos debates en lo que carga y todo eso. Leo ya reto.
Sí, yo leo maratón, reto tortugas ninjas. O sea, hacer un maratón de todas las películas de las tortugas ninja, desde las 90, pasando por el 2007 y terminando en las live action. Estaría bueno eso. Un mega maratón.
Veamos. Bueno. ¿Cuál creen que fue como el anuncio más importante de esta Comic Con? El que digan, wow. Yo, la verdad.
Yo siento. Es curioso porque técnicamente no fue de la Comic Con y tampoco fue un anuncio, fue como un teaser. Pero creo que lo del traje de Superman negro sí fue lo top.
Sí, el Zack Snyder. Sus dibujantes favoritos de Marvel: Mark Bagley, Steve Ditko, Humberto Ramos y Sara Pichelli, tal vez.
Yo me voy por Humberto Ramos y Todd McFarlane.
Bueno, Todd McFarlane, obviamente. No sé por qué se me está olvidando. Dice Diego que si el traje negro de Superman fue como la noticia más grande.
Es que sí, no manches. Fue un mega boom. Y la película de Canvas.
De Canlas también. Sí. Veamos. Que cargue. Bueno, ahorita no sé por qué dice que no quiere cargar el de Jack Kirby. Pero yo tengo aquí el de Film School, el de Escuela de Películas, por si la quieren poner en lo que carga el de Jack Kirby. Bueno, ya ponemos el de Jack Kirby después. Así que...
aquí Johanna te está retando la maratón de las películas de Avengers.
Va.
hot. Excellent.
Acepta tu reto.
Okay. Everybody, thank you very much for joining us for Comic-Con Film School.
Okay.
Let me
Bien, saludos desde Chilangolandia para Leo y Emiliano. Un poco que hayan visto y digan lo necesito. El de Baby Yoda y el gigante. El Funko Pop de Baby Yoda gigante. Definitivamente.
Yo un Funko que necesite. El de Anakin Skywalker, pero ya en el lado oscuro, ya como Darth Vader. Es la venganza de los Sith y es Anakin con los ojos amarillos. Ese. Y el Movie Moment de Harry contra Voldemort. en la prueba de laberintos.
So let's go ahead and start
Pues
this battle.
yo lo necesito.
Hi, Valerie Perez, actor, producer, sometimes writer.
Y Diego se me está
Been
retando
doing
un
web
maratón de
series
Marvel.
for a number of different bodies, including
Estaría bueno, ¿no? Del MCU hasta ahora, desde Iron Man hasta
Carol,
Marvel.
The Nerdist,
Mega
Stanley
maratón.
the
Mega
Heroes,
maratón.
and
Uy,
whatnot.
no.
Porque
And
muchos
been
maratones.
branching out into
A ver.
feature films.
Estaría
All right.
Sería un maratón de horas, pero estaría muy bueno. De días. El problema es que ya tenemos tiempo, ya vamos a tener un tiempo más limitado.
Ya vas a entrar a la escuela. Y maratón de Marvel.
Right. Josh.
Hi, I'm Josh Perlow.
Anotado.
I'm a writer, producer, director, one-time actor. I have written for MTV, Adult Swim, the Duplass Brothers, and recently sold a feature to Sony.
All right. Talk about burying the lead. All right, let's move on to Jack.
Hi there. I'm Jack Conway. I work in digital production. I am a writer, director, producer, and a truly terrible actor. I've done digital production for Warner Brothers, for Disney, Jim Henson Studios, CBS, and I currently work in esports as a producer for large events hosted on Twitch.
All right, Nick.
Hi, my name is Nick Murphy. I'm a writer-director. I've been in the independent film game for coming up on 28 years now. So I've been doing a lot for a long time. And I recently wrapped our latest feature, All Night Skate, which is slated to come out in August online.
All right, excellent. Megan.
Hi, I'm Megan Race, and I'm primarily an actor, but I also do directing and a little bit of writing, and I've also done a little bit of producing. So, yeah.
All right, Brad.
Hi, I am Bradley Upton. I am an actor and an author.
Ok, están presentando. O sea, panel habla como escuela de cine. Básicamente todos son directores, productores y actores. Bastante importantes porque han trabajado tanto con Disney, Warner y otras empresas. De hecho, el de en medio dice que le vendió una película a Sony. Eso está interesante. Mi look, tu videojuego favorito de Lego. Por excelencia, Lego Star Wars.
Uy, sí.
Sin
Ya
duda.
viene de Skywalker Saga.
Sí, sí, sí. Aunque también era, después de Lego Star Wars, lo fue Lego Indiana Jones, Lego Batman y... Uy, es que todos son muy buenos. Y también Lego Marvel Super Heroes, el primerito, también era... Me acuerdo que Leo tenía el primero casi todo completado con todos los personajes comprados.
Ahí lo tengo al 100%. Es que con los videojuegos de Lego no sé por qué soy como adicto un poco a completarlos al 100%. Son los únicos juegos que de verdad me empeño en completarlos al 100%. Y no sé por qué, no sé si soy el único, pero extraño, o sea, sí me gusta que en los nuevos ya hablen y haya diálogo, pero extraño un poquito los viejitos donde solo hacían como gestos.
No, ¿cómo era? No, era como, oh. No, y luego, o sea, primero gestos y luego era como, oh.
Sí, le hacían como puros gestos. Era muy, es muy nostálgico eso.
And borrowing like $20,000 from a relative in order to go and make it, and then never finishing it. And then that was it. And so the idea behind this class was to teach the idea of making movies not as a one and done, hey, look at me, I'm brilliant sort of model, but for what it actually is, which is it is an art form and it is a skill and it's something.
¿Sabían que en Lego Indiana Jones hay una referencia de Darth Vader? No sé si de Darth Vader, pero sí hay varias a Han Solo.
Creo que el personaje más difícil de desbloquear, según yo.
Ajá.
Bueno, no el más difícil, pero el más caro. Ya ves que vendía como moneditas.
It's that your first movie should not be a big 2-hour expensive project that you go and shoot. It should, in fact, be something very short, using locations that you already have access to and resources and people that you already have access to, so that you don't have to spend all that money, so that you can do things like start to develop your voice, start to put together a team of a crew and actors that you like working with, who you know you can rely on, and start to build your infrastructure and just your skills as a filmmaker, so that when it comes time to do your longer vampire hunter piece with aliens and nuclear holocaust in it, that you actually have all of the tools necessary in order to be able to give that project the life that it deserves, as opposed to trying to make that one first time out of the gate and running into all of the problems that every filmmaker runs into the first time out. So how do we do that? Well, normally we do a 4-day class on this at Comic-Con, which is broken down into a day for pre-production, which is everything that you do before you start shooting. We have a day on production, which is all about how to shoot and equipment. We do a day on directing and working with actors, and then we do a whole day on post-production. But due to this very special coronavirus edition of Comic-Con Film School, we are just going to be doing some of our favorite sort of course samples from the class. And I've asked each person to have their favorite bit of advice to give to you guys for shooting your very first
Soy yo o la de aquí tiene el fondo de The Office cuando entrevistan, porque ahí está Stanley trabajando.
Se parece. Top 9 list of tips. So that's what we're going to do. So in order to get this started, I'm just going to start calling out members here to give us their
aquí Diego pone que se traba, pero yo lo estoy viendo acá en el serio y sí se traba, pero no tan.
Uy, se está dando como el primer día, no sé qué onda.
Please don't take offense to that. It's just in the interest of time. So, without any further
Su libro favorito de Harry Potter y película. Libro, Reliquias de la Muerte, y película, Cáliz de Fuego.
Just do it. Don't wait until everything's perfect, because it never will be. And that was the hardest lesson for me to learn, because I'm a bit of a perfectionist. And the time is now.
No, se está tornando horrible como el primer día.
What happened when everything stopped? When quarantine set in, what did you do? I know what I did. I binge watched movies and series and read books and fell asleep listening to music. You turn to artists. And it's important to keep true to your own voice from your own point of view. You don't have to be like somebody else. It doesn't matter what you're working with, what equipment you have, even if you're just shooting with a cell phone. You don't have to make that cell phone footage look like it's filmed some other way you've seen before. It's got its own kind of feel, and you can work with it. Work with what you have access to. Your point of view. I know when I wanted to do something less edgy that was all ages for families, I was trying to ram it into this rap battle video kind of format, which was very hot at the time, and it wasn't really working with what I was going with. So I just let it, the creativity of the project just kind of evolve, and I kept the rhyming. It became a voiceover,
como uno solo está en su coche.
instead of this rap battle kind of video.
Vamos a hacer un panel para Comic Con. No tengo fondo, vámonos al coche.
Yeah. And ultimately more timeless. So you
ahorita nos ven, ¿no?
You connect your own voice, and speaking of your voice, you communicate. You can't communicate enough. Your vision, what you want to see.
Fíjense que no sé por qué sale trabado, pero a mí me sale que está perfecto no tiene fotogramas perdidos. Déjame ver los datos de la transmisión. Ok, sí, aquí dice que sí no está recibiendo tantos fotogramas. Ya vi.
End of the shoot, she couldn't get it off with the solvent we had, and rather than tell anybody at all, much to my chagrin, she ripped off her own nails.
Espero ahorita ya que se resuelva. Chavos, muchas gracias a los que están quedando aquí.
Don't take for granted. Communicate. It will keep you safe. Hopefully it will save disaster, and especially during something was to go wrong, make sure they know if you're hard to talk with, a set can feel really busy and daunting. Be sure that they know who they can talk to and encourage them to do so. Maybe have someone check in with your cast and crew, because it will keep everyone safe and your project on track. So just do it. Be yourself. Communicate, communicate, communicate.
That's very good. Thank you, Valerie. Let's go ahead and move on to Vera.
Hi there. My best tip is work with people that you like. If you're gonna make a project, chances are you might be on it for like a year or two, or even longer. There are people that have been working on projects for like 10 years. If you're working with people you don't like, that's gonna be a major problem after a while, especially if you don't like your director or the producer. And usually the cliche is the director and the producer are like, so. Find people that you can stand to be around, like with anything in life. Use your friends, but not super friends, because you might actually ruin your friendship working on this stuff. Like choose wisely who you will be able to literally stand being in a room with, because especially like say post-production, when you're editing, you might be editing 8 to 12, even longer. You could be editing overnight. Can you stand this person that you're sitting with for like that many hours? So choose wisely, choose people that you want to work with, choose people that have a very similar vision to you, because if they're butting heads with you from the beginning, that might not be the person you want to spend the next possibly year or two with, especially if it's a feature film. You might be on that for a while. So very important to choose the right people. That is all.
So Valerie kind of gave us an example of sort of one thing that she did for one of her projects. I know that you have shot an entire feature that you wrote, produced, and starred in. How did you go about choosing your team for that?
My team was actually less than 4 people on set every single time. Like, really? It was just me, the director, the camera guy, and whatever actor I was working with. That was in my movie too. And we just kept it light on our feet. I mean, it was like the perfect Corona movie to make. Like, just running around a forest with 4 people. We meet all the standards. So, actually, that would have been... I wonder how many people were smart enough to shoot something during, the last 3 months.
That's a good question. And one thing, just to add on top of that, is that for those of us that you see sitting here, usually we run a reel at the beginning of class to show, some of the stuff that we've worked on, and we're obviously not doing that here in the Zoom call. But one thing that you would notice is that we all appear in one another's stuff. Even though, those of us on this panel, we might only ever see one another like once or twice a year until it comes time to shoot something, at which point then suddenly any one of the people in these squares might show up on camera or be behind camera working a particular position. And that's kind of what this is all about, is finding the people who you like working with and who are reliable. I'm sure, Vera, you would agree.
Sean makes my point.
Sorry. Not trying to mansplain it, really. But yeah. So thank you for that. Let's move on to Josh.
Sure. I wrote down a couple of things here, since I am giving some advice on writing.
Chavos,
that seems apropos. Budget
estamos bloqueados, pero estaba viendo en Twitter porque estaba investigando sobre una cosa. Al parecer, hoy anuncian algo sobre algo relacionado con Injustice.
¿Será Injustice 3?
¿Será un cómic de Injustice? ¿Será un cómic de... o un Injustice 3? ¿Una película de Injustice?
Una adaptación. Eso sería demasiado grande.
Dice, yo te reto todas las películas de X-Men. Vamos a... Pues ya no tengo para seguir el maratón. Su libro favorito de Harry Potter, Las Reliquias de la Muerte y La Piedra Filosofal, el primero.
Mi libro Reliquias de la Muerte y película El Cáliz de Fuego.
Yo luego película Reliquias de la Muerte parte 2. Creo que es mi película favorita.
HBO.
Isleo y Emiliux, lo reto en maratón de Harry Potter. Va, hay que echarnos un maratón de Harry Potter, nos ponemos de acuerdo. Capitán América versus Batman. Yo me voy por Capitán América.
Yo por Batman.
Dice Brian Valero, ya volví, fui por agua. No te preocupes, no te preocupes. Sí, al parecer van a anunciar algo de Injustice.
¿Cuándo salió Injustice 2? ¿2017?
2017, hace ya 3 años. Y Injustice 1 salió como en 2013. Sí, 2013. Fueron 4 años del Injustice 1 al 2. Y probablemente si anuncian el Injustice hoy, podría ser otros. Y para el próximo año podría ser otros 4 años. O sea, puede ser.
Comparando, o sea, ya pasó más o menos lo mismo desde Injustice 1 a Injustice 2. Ese tiempo ya pasó hasta ahorita. Entonces, tal vez. Porque aparte la historia ahí más o menos quedó abierta.
Sí, al parecer.
Like you're a genius if you've written something for someone who you know will be able to perform those words better than anyone else. Something that Val was saying earlier about the evolution of her project, don't be too precious about any part of a script that you're writing. You're going to have to rewrite 100 million times. And this little piece in the middle of the script that you're like, I'm dying on this hill, this is the one thing that I'm never cutting out.
Pusieron una I del logo. Y que según esto va a ser de. Dice later today. No dice. Hace un día pusieron que algo iba a salir como de DC en unos días. Luego pusieron later today, o sea, como primer vistazo después. Y este fue el primer vistazo. Una ahí. Y sí, en los comentarios está. Aquí está el logo de Injustice.
Pero a lo mejor y solo ponen un teaser y ya en el DC Fandom sueltan todo. Yo siento que es más lógico así.
Ahí está el logo de Injustice. Y luego las dos Is juntas, la que acaban de sacar y la de Injustice. Así que sí, yo creo que Injustice 3 sería.
Seguramente sea Injustice 3.
O un cómic y se hagan sus apuestas.
Yo creo que no lo anunciarían de esta forma si fuera un cómic. O sea, si no empezarían a meter teasers por ahí, así como por ejemplo la I tal cual, si solo fuera un cómic más.
Injustice 2 salió en 2018.
No, 17, ¿no? A ver.
17, a ver.
Igual.
Sí, el 11 de mayo de 2017.
Y el 1 el 16 de abril de 2013.
Sí. Estaría bueno. Estaría bastante interesante. Yo digo que es Injustice 3. Un cómic no veo.
Es que sí, no lo anunciarían. O a lo mejor, aunque fuera un cómic como el final, pero de todas formas, no creo que sea un cómic.
Bueno, los cómics de Injustice son buenos. O sea, ahí contan como toda la historia también. Pero no sé, o igual podría ser como un cómic en camino al próximo juego también. Y anunciarían un 2x1.
¿Cómo se llaman? Un preludio.
Exacto. Dice, ahora que trate de que Batman se vuelve malo como en Last Night to Wear. No creo que Batman se vuelva malo.
El 2 tuvo 2 finales, ¿no?
El problema es que tenía 2 finales.
Pero ¿se ha dicho cuál es el canon?
No sé. Yo creo que el canon es el de Batman. No sé por qué siento eso, pero no estoy muy seguro. Emilio, yo veo todas las películas de Deadpool 1 y 2. Tal vez.
Captain Deadpool. Ahora sí se viene lo chido.jpg.
Exacto. Sí. Injustice, es que miren, yo creo que Injustice, en mi opinión, es el mejor juego de DC. Déjenlo en los comentarios, ¿el Injustice es el mejor juego de DC? Yo creo que sí.
Yo creo que ahí se la lleva con la saga de Arkham.
Bueno, Arkham también, sí es cierto, ya se está olvidando. No, Arkham también es de los mejores, pero no sé, siento que Injustice... o sea, combina muy bien...
Injustice es más DC porque no solo es de Batman, obviamente, sino...
Y está genial porque como que combina muy bien la historia, pero también la modalidad de juego, que en este caso es el de peleas.
¿Qué nuevos personajes creen que estarán y cuáles quitarán? ¿Quitar? Yo espero que ninguno. Siento que el punto es que poco a poco vayan metiendo más y más sin quitar a los personajes para que al final sea el universo de DC lo más que se pueda. Y agregar, no sé.
Yo creo que van a agregar a Shazam porque, bueno, o sea, en el primer juego matan a Shazam, o sea, lo mata Superman, y en el segundo salía Black Adam. Probablemente pues Shazam ya se ha vuelto un superhéroe bastante popular, ¿no? Después de su película, y siempre, como que siempre se van por los superhéroes más populares. Entonces, lo que pasa con Injustice 2 es que, bueno, Injustice 1 los personajes principales son de dos diferentes tierras, supuestamente. Una tierra donde sí explota una bomba que mata a todo Metrópolis y otra donde no explota. En Injustice 2 solo pudimos ver la tierra, la segunda tierra, o sea, los acontecimientos pasan en la segunda tierra, pero sale Green Arrow de la tierra del primer juego, del que sale en el primer juego. Porque el Green Arrow de la tierra de Injustice, o sea, lo mató Superman. Entonces podrían como meter varios héroes de la tierra original. Por ejemplo, Shazam, que ahorita ya está haciendo como más, está agarrando más importancia en el medio. ¿Cuál otros podemos agregar?
Uno que siento que ahorita, o sea, no es tan importante actualmente, pero sí lo fue en su tiempo, en la temporada 2 de Flash, es Azum. Yo digo que estaría bien meter Azum.
Sí, no estaría chido. ¿Quién más? Segundo, ya está. De las películas que se vienen, pues ya estaban. Constantine lo podrían meter, porque ahorita le dieron más importancia con Apocalypse War y con Justice League Dark. Algunos de los Teen Titans, porque solo estaba Cyborg y Robin, según yo. Bueno, creo que sí estuvo Starfire. Y Raven. Raven también estuvo en el primer juego, pero como más adaptados.
Que metan al Beast Boy.
Leo, ¿cómo se llama tu canal de YouTube? Se llama Itsleofilms y Itsleofilms. Están en la descripción de este dicto. Si se van ahorita a la descripción, ahí está el enlace, por si lo quieren.
Y si no, de todas formas, ahorita lo estoy escribiendo en el chat para los que gusten. Vamos a darle a checar mis vídeos. Son estos dos de acá.
Dice, la saga de Arkham, que es muy buena, pero, o sea, se centra más en Batman. Y yo sí ya como que se centra, como dijo Leo, más en todos los superhéroes de DC. Hoy día 4 Comic Con, sí. Sí. Ahorita podemos hacer como un unboxing de Funko Pop.
El canon es el de Batman, o Batman no está hipnotizado y van a derribar el imperio de Superman.
Sí. Sí, según yo, el canon es el de Batman, pero quién sabe.
Que el otro sí está muy oscuro. Cuando Batman Está poco con lo de Brainiac.
O pueden poner ese y como que lo saquen del control.
You're welcome. I am
¿Tú
buying hard drives for my
a quiénes
movie
hubieras
right
escogido?
now, so
O sea, ¿a Batman o a su, para qué final? ¿Qué final te hubieras ido?
Batman. Me hubiera ido por Batman.
Yo también.
Conociéndolo.
Yo también. Está bien chistoso porque Injustice como que invierte los roles de Superman y Batman. O sea, Superman es como esa persona que alguien se suscribió, muchas gracias a quien se haya suscrito, muchas gracias por su apoyo, en serio se los agradecemos bastante. Pero sí, en Injustice, o sea, bueno, originalmente Superman como que inspira esperanza, ¿no? Y es como el héroe del pueblo. Y ya después como que en Injustice y Batman es como más oscuro al final. Y en Injustice creo que se invierten esos roles al fin. O sea, Batman termina siendo la esperanza de todos y Superman como la oscuridad. Lo hicieron, o sea, creo que fue una propuesta bastante interesante, ¿eh? O sea, quien se le haya ocurrido esa idea fue un genio totalmente. Esta noticia nos... Exacto. Injustice 3.
Se me da curiosidad.
Marquen nuestras palabras. DC Fandom, Injustice 3. Nos vemos en el evento de DC Fandom. Y probablemente anuncien un nuevo juego de Arkham.
Eso también estaría muy chido. Porque el final de Arkham Knight tuvo super cliffhanger. O sea, no cliffhanger, pero da curiosidad ver qué pasa después. Con lo de la mansión Wayne. Estoy viendo, sí. Algo que no me gustaría, o sea, sí me gustó que hayan metido las tortugas ninja, pero espero que no se salgan de ahí y empiecen a meter a personajes que no son de DC, porque aquí estoy viendo
bueno,
que...
metieron a Hellboy después en un DLC.
Sí, no me gustaría que se empezaran a salir, porque aquí estoy viendo que les gustaría a algunas personas que metieran a los Power Rangers. Y eso no sé.
Yo escogí a Batman, pero también a Superman por la pieza del traje. O que tenga noticias de partes de Apocalipsis y Flashpoint. Wow, estaría bastante interesante. Pero lo dudo un poco porque Injustice siempre ha sido como para una historia un poco más original, o sea, siempre han como sido bastante originales en cuanto a su historia, como que no se han basado en muchos cómics. Probablemente sí podrían como ahora como introducir a Darkseid como el antagonista, pero no sé, porque ya está como gastado el de que Batman, bueno, o sea, ya usaron el que Batman y Superman se tienen que aliar para terminar con un villano, entonces quién sabe.
Con lo de Brainiac. Sí, justamente estaba pensando en Darkseid, pero ahorita estoy viendo que creo que lo metieron como DLC en el 2.
Sí.
Brad, let's hear what you get.
Okay, well, a lot of small movies end up being horror movies. And as a veteran of small vampire movies,
¿Tu traje favorito de Venom? Pues el normal, el que tiene, bueno, es que no es como un traje en sí, es como, pero sí ya sé que hay diferentes diseños del simbionte. Yo creo que mi diseño favorito de Venom es el del portador original, el de Eddie Brock. Se me hace bastante padre, o sea, el de la araña y todo eso. El de Eddie Brock, pero el de 616, el de Tierra Ultimate es diferente porque es como medio morado y no tiene el logo de la araña. Pero sí, yo creo que el de Eddie Brock de 616 y el agente Venom.
Está bueno. Con Flash.
Con Flash. Pero es que, ¿sabes qué? El diseño de Venom de Mark Gargan no me gusta, la verdad. Los ojos son medio raros y la araña también.
Leo, tu traje favorito de Batman. Me gusta mucho el de The Dark Knight, porque, o sea, el de Batman Begins tiene el murciélago diferente al de The Dark Knight. El Dark Knight ya está un poquito más chiquito. Ese me gusta. Pero yo le voy a tener mucho aprecio al de la serie de 2004. Es una versión animada que me gusta muchísimo porque desde niño la veía un buen de veces. Y aparte es como una combinación entre clásico y moderno. Entonces, la serie se llama The Batman. Y si nada más los que no lo conozcan, solo es de Batman 2004 y ya con eso les hace.
Dice, Emilio jugando Capitán América, por favor. En Fortnite, sí, yo creo que sí, muy pronto, Johanna. Not Clan, haces muy buenos videos, nuevo suscriptor. Muchas gracias, Not Clan, en serio te lo agradezco de todo corazón. Qué bueno que te hayan gustado los videos. Espero que te guste mucho el próximo contenido que se viene. Vamos a hacer resúmenes de los últimos ya días de Comic Con. Van a ser resúmenes bastante completos con literalmente todas las noticias que salieron el día de hoy. No las más importantes, sino todas. Y por eso me tardó un poco más. Pero bueno, dice, muchas gracias en serio, DC Fandom Injustice 2, dicho por Emilio 61 y Itsleofilms, un domingo 4 día de Comic Con, el 26 de julio de 2020. Injustice 3, porque Injustice 2 sí, ya salió, pero sí. Traje de Venom, ya dije, el de Eddie Brock, de 616, y Agent Venom. El de Capitán América se viene pronto, te lo prometo. Una pregunta, si Flash en su especial pudo viajar al pasado, ¿por qué no lo hizo antes de que estallara la bomba? Buena pregunta.
Uy, ahí hay un agujero,
sí, es cierto, sí, es cierto.
No me doy cuenta, no más. Vaya.
I need this for food, I need this for my cast, the camera costs this, because they will look at this and go, I know you're going to make this.
Bueno, es que después como que luego Flash ya como que él decide propiamente no viajar en el tiempo, porque pues cuando lo hace luego tienen consecuencias bastante grandes. O sea, Flashpoint, todos los cambios que hizo, entonces sería como... Luego, o sea, por eso no se arriesga tanto. Pero bueno, ahorita como por ejemplo en Apocalypse War al final pues sí viaja en el tiempo para volver a reiniciar todo. Así que pudo haber hecho eso en Injustice.
When you're starting out especially, your reputation is everything. So if you are known as that person that, hey, I don't have a big budget, but I am going to send you the check on time, I'm going to do everything professionally and buy the book, that is going to go around and people are going to be excited to work with you. Do things safely. Like Megan said, have a stunt coordinator, something that's kind of a new concept. It has been around, have an intimacy coordinator if you have any kind of a romantic scene. Because again, if your reputation is everything is above the board, everything's done safely, and you get their copy, their credit, you're fed on time, people are going to be so excited to work with you again and so excited to refer their friends for when you need other people.
Excellent. Well said. Okay, well, I guess that just leaves me then, and the couple little bits of advice that I want to impart. The first one comes down to schedule.
Ya no nos centramos con este panel de cine, pero con la noticia de Injustice sí fue como fue wow. ¿Sí sabían del homenaje del sacrificio de Flash en Crisis en Tierras Infinitas por parte de Marvel? Sí. Sí sabía que por un tiempo hubo como un velocista güero bastante rápido, que incluso su nombre era bastante parecido, Porro Allen, algo así se llamaba, a Barry, y que supuestamente viajó como al universo Marvel y no se acordaba mientras estuvo desaparecido en el universo de DC. La verdad es que fue un gran homenaje y estaría genial que lo volvieran canon. O sea, bueno, por parte de DC.
Yo no sabía, o sea, sí sabía que Flash se sacrifica en Tierras Infinitas, pero no sabía que hubo un homenaje. Qué cool. Lógica de Flash. Voy a viajar en el tiempo solo para pegarme con alguien, pero no para salvar millones de vidas.
And what happens is you walk onto set with that plan. A couple people show up late, something breaks, a piece of equipment isn't working, or somebody comes over and says, "Hey, I'm sorry, but I have this
tengo unas ideas ahorita
scenes
Por
first.
aumentar.
Like, all of that sort of stuff is going to happen, and the next thing you know, not only have you only shot a small handful of the stuff that you were hoping to, but you're now in a position where you're like, okay, guys, well, I'm sorry, but we're just going to have to keep working, and the next thing you know, you're going late into the night, and people are peeling off left and right, and then they don't want to come back the next day that you put together a shoot because you didn't plan for an extra meal. All those people had heard 6 o'clock, but now they're having to call friends and family and say, I'm not going to be able to make it. All of those things. So it is far, far better for you to say, hey, we're going to be shooting from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. And then you get through your shoot day.
Listo, listo.
It's
Veamos sus
4:30,
comentarios. Bueno,
and you've already
para hacer el video
gotten the
un poco
shoot,
más dinámico,
and you can turn to everyone
tengo
and
aquí
say,
como vamos a hacer como un mini
"Good job,
unboxing de
everybody.
Funko Pop.
We're done. Go home early."
Este es
Those people
el
will show up to
exclusivo de la San Diego
everything
Comic Con del
from
año
that
pasado
point
de
on.
la Look
So
Lama,
that's a
ahí
far
está.
better situation to be in, which is why
Tienen el
you
sticker
want to
compartido que es
start out
este
small and,
de que no se vendió en la convención, pero sí es exclusivo.
for example,
Que dice Limited Edition Summer Conversion Exclusive o algo así. Y brilla en la oscuridad. Este es de Fortnite. Está bastante padre y véanlo aquí. Muchos creen que el canon del sacrificio de Flash lo lleva a estar atrapado en el remolino infinito de Last Night to Earth. Por eso son un dato leído. Ok. Vaya.
Ahora siempre me dio cosa Flash y de que si se pasa un poco con sus planes puede terminar en la Speed Force, no sé.
Sí. Este es el número 510 y atrás ven como todo lo del Fortnite. Así que vamos a abrirlo.
Tends to shoot a lot faster. They try to get through about 10 pages a day because they're on such a
Creo que este no lo había abierto.
clip. And
Nunca.
in the indie film world, you're sort of somewhere in between because you don't have the
Sonidos
deadline
satisfactorios.
of having
Ok, no es
to,
como
get this
no es
done
como
to
se
go on
mueve
the
como
air
su
in
cabeza.
2 weeks.
Está
But you
chistoso
also
como lo
don't
hicieron
have
como para
the
que sus
vast
ojos
amount of
parecieran
money that a feature does
se vean
to be
como
able to just
un producto de
shoot
Funko sin
today.
tener que
So
modificar
you're
sus
looking
cosas.
at
Obviamente sí
3
tiene una
to 5
cabezota, vean eso por
pages
favor.
per day with no kids, no animals, no fights, no stunts.
Y la
That
textura como de
is
piñata está también
roughly a
bastante
good place to
padre.
start. On top of that, I also like
Sí,
to recommend
bien,
that
o sea,
if
tiene
you
como
are the
estos
director to and you
listones
plan all of that out,
de diferentes
be sure to
colores.
have a
Obviamente
shot
aquí
list.
donde lleva el loot
And what that is it's every
es
single
como un
shot
candadito
that you want to
ahí
get
y acá.
for that scene
Está
on that
bastante
day.
padre. Abajo como
Print that out on a piece of
sus
paper.
patitas
I know you keep it on your phone.
y ya.
God forbid your phone gets lost or the battery dies.
Ahí
or something
está,
like that, and you don't have it.
véanlo.
Print it out on a piece of paper, fold it up, stick it in your back pocket with a pen. You've always got it. You can pull that out, take that pen, cross off every shot as you get through it, and you can see a running tally as the day is going of how much you've gotten done
Vamos a
and how
guardarlo.
much you still have to go. And the reason for this is that you, at some point during that day, are going to have to go into triage mode and start getting rid of shots and figuring out which ones you don't need. So that's why it's important to have that piece of paper and to have that
Dicen,
plan
a ver, ya no
so
alcancé a
that you
leer.
can hit the end of your shoot day and
Yo
still
tengo
tell
el
your story without perhaps
Night King contra Icerion que brilla en la oscuridad. Es el número 58.
and that
Ya.
is pretty much the time that we have, except to say that every single person
No se mete.
watching this right now, you have an
Ahí está.
individual microcosm for making your movie. That includes people who we've never seen before, places that we've never seen before, and your experiences of your life and your voice as an artist. And these are all things that only you can bring to your movie. And we need to see your vision. We need to see your movie. So please, go out there and be daring and be bold and make your incredible film so that
¿Cuánto duró
we
este
can
panel?
see what you've
Porque
got
ya van
to
a ser
do.
las 3.
we've got a couple minutes left. Does anyone
¿Qué
want
panel
to,
les queda
to
después de
say
este?
real
¿O este
quick
es el
or note
último?
anything
No,
that
no,
you've
no.
got going on,
Deberíamos haber
or
terminado como a
places
esta
where
hora,
people
según
can
yo.
reach you if they
Pero
want
creo que
to?
este se extendió bastante. Y los errores que tuvimos. El de los Looney Tunes quedaba. Sí, era.
I am releasing my third book in 2 or 3 weeks. It's called Blood Malice. It'll be available on Amazon Books. And my first 2 are Blood Stakes and, oh my God, Blood Vendetta. I forgot my name.
Thank you.
And Vera is on the cover of that book, correct?
Yes, she is.
Woo!
All right. There we go. Excellent. Yes. That's magnificent.
I was working on a feature right before quarantine hit. Now I'm not sure if it's so apropos. I mean, one of the mock-ups we had for a poster is basically me on a pile of skulls. And I don't know. I don't know if I want to see that right now.
Con razón.
Maybe he'll go into a comic book. I don't know. But please find me, VallyPerez.com. I'm mostly on Instagram these days. I've backed off social media, but I would love to hear from you.
Ya me di cuenta, con razón varios me escribían que hoy el horario era más, era mucho antes. Nos confundimos. Ey.
Tenía que empezar a las 10.
A las 10.
Instagram, Vera Vanguard.
Y empezamos casi 3 horas después.
Vera Vanguard, and you can hear me shred on guitar over there.
Hey, I'm also on Instagram, the Megan Reese, because there's so many Megan Reeses in the world apparently. So at the Megan Reese. Send me a message if I can help in any way or whatever.
Excellent.
I'm on Twitter at Josh Perillo and Instagram J Perillo.
All right. And either Jack or Nick.
Nick, that's you, buddy.
Oh, thanks, buddy. Thanks, sir. I am on Instagram at filmmaker Nick, and the link to my Vimeo channel, the Spoon Pictures channel, is on there. All Night Skate. The movie will be on there. I guess I could say August 29th is the premiere date online, so you can watch the full feature that we spent the last few years making. There's also other films on there that we've made, and if you have any other questions for me about anything, if you're any wonderful panelists, please hit them up. Please hit myself up. We'll be happy to answer anything you want to know about making your next movie.
Right on.
Yep. If you have any questions, you can just email me, jackoutconway@gmail.com. I work for a white label company now, so I can't talk about the shows I actually make. But usually at the end of these, I also talk about the digital world that we're living in and what we can put out there right now, and it's completely changing this year. There are very important voices that need to be heard, and there are also people need one fantasy a lot. Both are very important right now, escapism and what's actually happening in the world. All those voices need to be recorded, presented, and put in homes, and now is exactly the time to do it. So I don't know the perfect landscape for that right now, because it's literally changing every day as to what people are watching and taking in during this time. So you out there, as Sean said, you get to decide that. Show us the next thing we're going to watch.
Excellent. And I'm taking Jack's advice, and I'm putting together a YouTube channel, and you can find the website for that. It's not live yet. You can find the website for that at thevampirescastle.com. And if you want to, there it is. You heard it here first. And if you want to get a hold of me by email, you can either go there and click on the email link, or you can hit me up at seanrourke@earthlink.net, because I'm that old.
Bless your heart.
All right.
Still got the Prodigy address.
Yeah, exactly. I want to thank all my panelists for coming out for Comic-Con Film School. We want to thank all of you guys for attending. Please come back to Comic-Con when it comes back to San Diego, and come see us for all 4 days, and we'll go into a lot more. Thank you very much, everybody. Happy quarantine.
Happy quarantine.
Take care.
Bye.
Be safe.
Ok, ese fue el panel de ahorita. Déjenme bloquear rápido la pantalla. Y vamos con el siguiente. El de Jack Kirby. A ver, ¿dónde está? Aquí está. Perfecto. ¿Ya lo tienes?
¿El de cuál? Déjalo buscar
Kirby.
rápido. A ver. International. ¿Dónde está?
Ese se llama Jack Kirby 101.
Aquí está. Va, 1,
2, 3.
3.
So hi, I'm Rand Hoppy. I'm the executive director, founder of the Jack Kirby Museum, and welcome to Jack Kirby 101. I'm here with Tom Kraft.
Hi, I'm the president of the Jack Kirby Museum.
John Morrow.
Hi, I'm editor of the Jack Kirby Collector magazine and co-publisher of Tomorrow's Publishing.
And Mark Evanier.
And I'm the person you're not allowed to exclude from any discussion of Jack Kirby legally.
That's right. So we're here basically to explain to some people who Jack Kirby is at kind of a college course 101 level, in case people don't know who Jack is and what his influence has been on.
Ok, básicamente lo que van a hacer es explicar quién es Jack Kirby, cuál ha sido su influencia dentro del mundo de los cómics.
Great ways to start off a conversation like that is for us to talk about how we actually became first aware of Jack Kirby and who he was. Mark, do you want to take that one?
Well, I have been buying comic books all my life. I tell people that when I was born, the doctor slapped me and I dropped a copy of Walt Disney's Comics and Stories. And I just always had more comic books than anyone I knew in my neighborhood. And I probably first saw Jack Kirby work in the late 50s on either Green Arrow or Challengers of the Unknown. But I don't think it made much impression on me until around the second year of the Marvel superheroes, when I started buying those also and fell in love with them and quickly ran to the secondhand bookshops and bought all the previous issues. And that's when I became very aware of that creative force. And it took me a while to figure out which part of the creative force was Stan and which part was Jack, which I'm sure we'll talk about at some point here. But I just began to like Jack Kirby work more and more and more. And then in July of 1969, a couple of weeks after I graduated high school, I got to meet Jack in person. He was living in Irvine, California at the time, having just moved out to Southern California. And we had a comic book club, and he invited the officers of the club, I was the president, down to meet him. And we spent a day with Jack and Roz in a house in Irvine, which was their temporary lodging while they looked for a permanent home to buy in Southern California. And my life changed that day. I didn't know at the time how much it would change, but it was so exciting to meet this man. I found him incredibly gracious, Roz as well, and he gave us a whole afternoon. And thinking back on it, there was nothing in it for him. A lot of people will be nice to you if they see some possible gain, something that's going to benefit them in some way. Jack was just nice to people because we appreciated his work, and he liked people. And as we'll discuss here, he was very involved in the early comic conventions, San Diego Comic particularly.
Ok, miren, ahí está uno, de hecho, uno de los primeros como folletos de la San Diego Comic Con que se llamaba Golden State Comic Con. Ahí está Mickey Mouse, Superman y otros que la verdad no identifiqué.
And he talked to everybody. talk to the most unimportant people in the building. Got his attention. And he would talk to you, and he talked to you about you. He talked to you about anything you wanted to discuss, but he had to ask you a little bit about you. He was very interested in the people who came to see him out, and he gave people good advice, some of which they appreciated, some of which they never got. And I just became an amazing fan of the guy's work even before he asked me to become one of his two assistants, the other being Steve Sherman, which was in early 1970. I worked for him for a couple of years and then separated kind of quietly and then just stayed a friend of the family and visited all the time and kind of helped. Jack needed a certain amount of support.
Me estoy viendo como muy oscuro. No sé.
Bueno, no estamos tan atrasados, solo es una hora atrasados porque al parecer ahorita subieron el panel de los dibujos animados de los Looney Tunes fue hace 9 minutos. Así que solo fue una hora, la verdad.
How about you, Tom?
Pensé que vamos a terminar tu
Probably was around late 1974, early 1975. My best friend in grammar school gave me a stack of Fantastic Fours, like from issue 45 to 65 or something along that line. And I hadn't been collecting comic books. I didn't even know anything about them. And I saw the art of Jack Kirby, and it just blew me away totally. I couldn't believe it.
Sí, bueno,
and then
es súper icónico ese arte de Jack Kirby.
I was working at a drugstore, and then on the spinner rack was Captain America 193, and I didn't recognize it from Fantastic Four. I opened it up, and I go, Jack Kirby, I've heard that name before. So after that, I just started going to comic book shop once a week, bought every single Kirby comic.
Bueno, él explica que
and then started going backwards.
Uno de sus amigos le regaló un bonche de cómics de los Cuatro Fantásticos. Y bueno, al inicio él no era muy fan de los cómics, pero después de que le regalaron los cómics como que le empezó a interesar. Entonces ya luego le regalaron otro cómico, compró uno de Capitán América y vio que abajo decía el nombre de Jack Kirby y decía que como que le sonaba el nombre y empezó a comprar más cómics y ahí fue cuando ya se familiarizó con su arte.
A big stack of my comics that I didn't want for a big stack he wanted. And at the bottom of the stack was a commanding number 12. And it was like, oh, I don't want this. This is hideous. Look at this horrible, ugly art. This guy can't draw. He draws square fingers and square knees. And,
de DC, vaya, nunca había escuchado
I really
eso.
My friend's like, well, I don't want it. You got to take it as part of the deal. So I did. And when I exhausted that whole stack of comics, I finally got to that commanding issue. I'm like, okay, I guess I don't have anything else to read. I'll read this. And it really was. By the time I got to the end of reading that story, it was like the clouds had parted and something had clicked in my brain. I'm like, wow, something. I still didn't like the art, but the storytelling was just, it was riveting.
Okay,
I
dice
was mesmerized by it.
que a él como que no le gustaba el arte, pero pero sí le gustaba la historia, se le hacía como cautivadora.
Mark Evanier and Steve Sherman, I remember thinking, man, those are the two luckiest guys on the face of the earth. They get to work with Jack Kirby, never knowing one day I would actually know these two guys. But, to me, Kirby was all about the DC in the 70s stuff. That was my bread and butter. And I didn't really discover, his work with Stan Lee on Fantastic Four and Thor and all that, Marvel in the 60s. Probably for another 3 or 4 years I started working back.
Okay. Espérenme, está llegando noticias. Hoy tendremos noticias de Hawkeye.
¿De la serie?
De la serie. No más, si se anuncian a Hailey Steinfeld como que sale, me muero. No sé qué voy a hacer, pero si lo anuncian, yo voy a mover cielo, mar y tierra para entrevistarlo cuando haga eso. Está chido. Pero sí, o sea, chavos, miren, quédense aquí porque hoy tal vez no tengamos, hoy se ven muchas noticias, no solo de Comic Con, pero de otras cosas, como por ejemplo para los fans del stand de los besos, que no sé si haya uno aquí porque es medio mala. Confirmaron la tercera película en Netflix. Por si quieren más atrocidades.
espero que no haya ningún fan aquí porque...
No, no es cierto, no es cierto, no es cierto. Respetamos si les gusta el stand de los besos.
Derechita la flecha.
Pero, sí, incluso si les gusta, pues ya van a tener su tercera película. Esta semana le decía a Leo que se estrena la segunda temporada de Umbrella Academy. Yo, la verdad es que vi la... no he completado de ver la primera temporada. La vi tarde, de hecho ya la vi como esta cuarentena, algunos episodios. Sí me vi el de... Te lo resumo, así nomás. O algo así. Ese sí me lo vi para darme como la idea de cómo era. Pero la verdad es que sí me llama mucho la atención la segunda temporada, que se estrena justo el viernes.
Click clack, and I bought that. Like the Flash. I think I remembered from there was a Flash cartoon. I think it's in the '60s.
There were segments on the Superman Aquaman hour of various Justice League members.
Yeah, so
the Flash was one of them. Yes,
I remembered the Flash from that. So I think that's what encouraged the Flash and the Superman. The Superman, George Reeves Superman was on TV all the time, and then I bought this Commandy thing. They just based on this grasshopper. Added it to the pile. We were reading the stack, and the Commandy thing again, just as John described it. It's like the clouds parted and the lightning bolt came through, and the storytelling, the drama, it was absolutely changed my life because here I am. I remember pointing out. How great that comic was to a friend of mine who was in the same tent as me, and I was really lucky because he said, "Oh yeah, that Commandy comic, that's by Jack Kirby. You know all those other comics that you just read? He was the artist for all those other characters. He made those characters happen." I'm like, what? Because the Avengers Defenders thing I think was just starting, so there was all these characters, just a panoply of characters in all these summer comics. And he actually knew about the Fourth World too. So he said, yeah, well, and before he did the Commandy, he did this stuff called the Fourth World, the New Gods, and the Forever People, and Mr. Miracle, and that was it. And I just started, reading, going back in time and finding the Fourth World, and then buying comics off the racks where what was happening at the time. Oh, I think I got the last issue of Mr. Miracle and Demon off the racks. And then he moved on to it.
Veremos.
OMAC and...
Johanna Gabriel dice, salúdame. Te mando un gran saludo. Dice Samuel Telles Malo. No, Samuel, por favor. Samuel es muy buena persona, en serio les digo.
Es muy buena persona. No se merece el hate.
No vamos a tolerar hate en los comentarios.
Es un crack. No es malo.
Es un crack.
I went to Comic-Cons just to see Jack. I got my New Gods 1 signed at Miami Con in 1975.
Ok, dice que él iba a Comic Con solo para ver a Jack Kirby. Le firmaron uno de sus cómics más como preciados en la Comic Con de Miami en 1971. Así que sí ha de estar. Sí, en 1971 ha de estar. Ha de estar medio viejito ya.
I did speak to him. But all right. When I was a kid going to the conventions, I was just kind of like standing off to the side, being like, "Wow, look at him draw," So I didn't really.
You didn't have a cell phone back then, so you could take like some video of him. No.
But that. So it really, I ended up taking up art, doing all kinds, doing cartooning and stuff like that. Ended up in graphic design, and I think that my interest in that, and Mad Magazine and Peanuts and Jack Kirby, that was how I got to where I am. So it really.
That's interesting because the number of people first of all, that had the same experience that we did in terms of you didn't really know who this guy was, and you picked up a Kirby comic almost by accident sometimes and got hooked instantly. It's amazing. Yeah. It doesn't matter whether it was in the 1960s like Mark, or early 70s like you and me, or later 70s. Somebody picked up Captain Victory number 3, for instance, just on a lark, and all of a sudden, wow, it resonated with them. Whereas folks like us may go, oh, Captain Victory, well, that's okay, but that's not his best work. For those people, it is. Right. And the number of people that then went on to be not just influenced by his work, but somehow went into an artistic related career based on kind of the inspiration they got reading those early Kirby comics. I mean, I wish there was some way to really calculate the number of people who were influenced by Jack.
It was kind of fascinating. Steve Sherman and I went to New York in July of 1970. We were working at the Marvel Mania company, mail order Marvel merchandise, and we were Jack's assistants on his new comics, which then had not come out. But this was an opportunity to go to the convention there and to go to the DC offices and the Marvel offices, and we spent a day with Steve Ditko. And prior to that, I knew that Jack was beloved in the field and respected, but I didn't know how much. And I discovered that if you went to, like, for example, Bill Everett, who I ran into was introduced to in the Marvel offices, and I said, I'm Jack Kirby's assistant, he would immediately hug me, which he did, and said, give that to Jack. Tell him how much I love him. Tell him he's the greatest artist who ever lived, and we all owe our careers to him. And this happened over and over and over again. I got to meet, and Bill Everett was not a huggy kind of guy, but
Bill Everett es uno de los creadores de
Jack's importance to business and his importance to him. And what was amazing to me was that he was undespised. All these people recognized that he was the best at what he did, and credited him with saving the business and inspiring them. And this was a very important compliment to Jack, making it possible for them to make a living. Jack was very big on the idea, as most Depression era kids were, that the important thing in life was to make a living and provide for your family. And nothing made him happier.
Emilio, su maratón de Spider-Man 2012-2019. Quiero, tengo muchas ganas de hacer un maratón de Spider-Man y filmarlo. Tal vez después, tal vez cuando se acerque un poco más de una película o algo así. Pero sí tengo muchas ganas de hacer un maratón. Dice Johanna Gabriela que te reta a la maratón de todas las películas de Batman.
Ay, no, pero eso incluye Batman y Robin.
Batman y Robin. Los batipezones. Y la batitarjeta de crédito.
Es que eso sí fue una tontería, o sea.
Jack had told me a lot of stories about, I invented this, I created that, I invented this, that was my idea, and so on. And you look at those things with skepticism. You should.
No entiendo, o sea, George Clooney siendo uno de los mejores actores y definitivamente es el peor Batman, es como...
Es el peor. Aunque a lo mejor y no fue, es como Jared Leto, no fue su culpa.
El guión que tenía.
El guión y la dirección que le quisieron dar.
Sí.
What he told me was perhaps occasionally exaggerated to be a little more colorful, but not exaggerated to make him more important. If that makes any sense.
Yeah. The humility thing is a big thing also, because the one time I met Jack, the 1991 San Diego Con, again, lifelong dream, wanted to get out there and meet him.
Está en todo porque
walking up there to his
la Comic Con antes no era tan famosa ni nada. O sea, tú podías llegar como cualquier convención y comprar tus boletos el día que tú querías. O sea, no era tan masiva. Y todo eso yo creo que fue ya 2004 todavía. Igual ya más, fue ya más como cuando Marvel empezó a presentar sus cosas, ahí Marvel Studios, cuando fue el boom. O sea, a partir de 2008 para arriba, fue cuando empezó el boom.
So occasionally I've encountered someone who was angry that Jack wouldn't do him the drawing he wanted on the spot, or the sketch he wanted, or whatever, or sign 8,000 comics.
O sea, todavía con Spider-Man de Sam Raimi todavía no era...
No eran tan... Y sí estuvieron en la Comic Con. Tobey Maguire estuvo varias veces. Pero... No, los boletos no eran tan difíciles de conseguir.
If there was ever a guy who had a right to sit down while you know. No, Jack felt he wanted to get as close to looking you straight in the eye as possible. He was not a tall man. And also, you were standing, so he stood. There was no caste system around this man who they called the king of the comics. As I get older...
Bueno, ya en 2006 creo que igual ya era más grande. Tobey Maguire se fue en 2006. Yo creo que igual ya era... A partir ya como del 2006, 2005 ya fue cuando empezó a llenarse todo.
Has this story morphed and added an extra layer to it somehow? They're very rich stories and fascinating. And one of the things we should make clear, if we're doing Kirby 101, I hope there's not a final at the end of this.
No.
Is that
I got blue books over in the back. Yeah.
That Jack was not just a comic book artist. In fact, if you thought of him as an artist, if you thought of him as a guy, and no disrespect is meant to the people whose names I'm about to invoke, as just another guy like John Buscema or Gene Colan or Sal Buscema or Don Heck, you were missing the point of what Jack did. Because to Jack, drawing the page out was possibly the least important part of his job. Conceptualizing and plotting a story and figuring out the story and figuring out who the characters were, that was the most important part of his job. That was the part that interested him. Telling a story interested him, whether he did the final dialogue or not. Telling a story in pictures and controlling that story. And I think it's significant. You gentlemen all fell in love with Kirby work on comics that Jack wrote and edited. I first read comics that Jack was a hired hand on, like Green Arrow. He had almost no creative input into the Green Arrow comic except to draw the damn thing. And he had limited input into the creation of... he co-created the Challenge to Unknown, but it was a DC comic written by a DC writer under a DC editor. So it wasn't a Kirby comic in the same sense that Commandy was or that Mr. Miracle was. And it wasn't until I saw Jack on things like Fantastic Four and Thor that I really began to appreciate him. And that was more Kirby than the DC stuff I read earlier. And it was not until I saw Jack...
¿Película o cómics? Cómics, definitivamente.
Right. Siento que la única buena de Hulk relativamente pues es la del 2008, la del MCU.
Definitivamente.
No he tenido tanta suerte.
Sí.
How did Jack, if you don't mind me asking, how did Jack, you said that he was into stories and conceptual, did he like write down ideas in a notebook, or did it all just come to him like as he was drawing it? And how much pre-thought did he have involved in creating a comic book or a concept?
Tons of pre-thought, no notes, almost no notes. In fact, Jack told me that one time in the 50s, when the business was very rocky and he was trying very hard to get enough work to feed his family, he filled a notebook full of ideas for new comics and concepts, and he wrote down little sketches with them. He filled a whole giant notebook full of great ideas for stories, hundreds and hundreds of them, and then left it on a subway train somewhere. And he said if someone had found that notebook, they could start an entire comic book company and put DC and Marvel out of business. It was in it. So he didn't write things down, but he was always thinking of them. The story that I tell often, and it's worth telling here as briefly as I can, is that I was present during the creation process of The Demon. I contributed nothing to it really except to get a couple reference books off Jack's shelf for him. But DC Comics had asked Jack to create a new comic, which at that point he did not know was going to replace the Fourth World books. He thought that was going to be a comic that he would edit and supervise and other people would write and draw. And Carmine Infantino, who was the head guy at DC at that time, said, I think monster comics are the coming thing, and we're going to be doing less superheroes and more things like Swamp Thing, or I don't think he mentioned Swamp Thing specifically, but eerie, weird monster comics. Can you come up with some sort of thing? And Carmine, I believe, later said that he said a comic called The Demon. Jack later said he came up with The Demon. Not a fight we could never settle. But we went to dinner that evening, and Jack sat there quietly. He was at a Howard Johnson's that was near the house, and it was Roz and Jack and Steve Sherman and myself and a couple of the kids. And we all talked while Jack just sat there silently. And he was thinking, he was lost. He was not in that Howard Johnson. He was someplace else. And when our entrees came, Roz ordered for him. And when our entrees came, and we had our mouths full of food, Jack suddenly said, "The character's called the Demon, and his other identity is Jason Blood." And he started telling us the whole, not just the first issue, the whole overview of the series.
Wow.
And I can't swear he thought it all up between the time we got to the Howard Johnsons and such. Maybe it was percolating in his head for some time before.
O sea, que ya tenía como esa facilidad para pensar sobre los personajes. Eso está padre.
We finished eating, we went back to his studio, and Jack had on
¿De qué me perdí? Fui a comer. No, ahorita estamos viendo como un poco más la historia de Jack Kirby. Está bastante interesante. Como primero varios dibujantes de cómics y escritores lo admiraban tanto de que les dio como el nombre dentro de la industria y también de que era una persona que en muy poco tiempo pensaba como toda una historia. O sea, por ejemplo, ahorita dicen que un día fueron a cenar y del trayecto de la oficina a media hora que estuvieron en el restaurante, 1 hora, pensó toda la historia pero no solo como un número de cómics, sino varios números ya, y de qué iba a tratar. Eso está bastante interesante.
In some ways, I wish Jack had not written and drawn himself, freeing himself up for something else, because I think it was an idea he didn't love as much as some of his other ideas. I think that was I gotta please Carmine idea as opposed to what he and his gut wanted to do. But it was a great comic, and Jack was capable of doing that over and over again. He came up with ideas out of nowhere. If you came to Jack, as some of us did occasionally, and told him an idea you had for a comic you wanted to do, he'd say, "That's a great idea. Now, how about if you have a guy who does this, and he has a big machine and you think to yourself, did he know this idea? Did I tell him this idea weeks ago when he was thinking about it?" And he would come up with all these new ideas for your story on the spot, and they just keep pouring out of them. And I would sit there going, where does this come from? It was really stunning how he could do that. Wow.
Well, when guys like Don Heck or Bill Everett or when they would say something like how Jack saved them and saved the industry, what exactly were they talking about? I mean, how is comic books now a result of what Jack Kirby did? Like how did that happen?
Well, if neither of you wants to answer, I will. Jack revitalized the business over and over.
Dice que Jack revivió el negocio varias veces.
And together they invented romance comics, and
él y Joe Simon primero inventaron los cómics románticos, luego se fueron más con los cómics de superhéroes. Capitán América obviamente fueron los creadores.
Simon and Kirby left and talked about how there were copies of those 10 issues they did around all the time, very dog-eared because they were handed around like, "Here, try to get poses like that, try to do this." And at other studios they passed around the work. Joe and Jack and Will Eisner were kind of the guys who invented what was different about comic books from newspaper strips. The early comic books were newspaper strips cut out and pasted into simple panel layouts and simple things, and then later when people started doing original comic book stories, they were kind of imitating those. Most of the original material created for comic books was knockoffs of Mandrake the Magician or Wash Tubbs or Dick Tracy or something, whatever Bill Kniff was doing that week. But Simon and Kirby and Will Eisner were two guys who thought of the page as a large canvas, and you could have panels spill from one place. You could rearrange the size of the screen. You could make small panels and big panels, and something could overlap into another panel. And the stories didn't have to proceed with the pacing of a newspaper strip, which was endlessly recapping. Newspaper strips, if you read them today, they keep repeating and repeating and repeating because people were reading them a day at a time. They got reminded of what somebody said yesterday. And Simon and Kirby wrote stories, and Will Eisner as well, that went straight on through without all that endless recapping and all that slow progress of a story. And they did the most exciting books. And so, like someone like Don Heck, well, Don Heck was telling me that he believed there would not have been a Marvel Comics if not for Jack. Don Heck was there at the period of time when always Marvel was going to close down. Heck said to me one time, I was glad we were doing these little 5- and 6-page stories because if they'd given me a 20-page story to draw, I was afraid the company wouldn't be there by the time I handed it in. No. And there are those who say that the decision was made 3 or 4 times to close down Marvel Comics. That Martin Goodman, the publisher, would look at the sales figures and go, let's give it up, let's pack it up. And then 2 days later, go, let's keep them going a couple more months. And whatever solidity that company had, wherever they got past that notion they were going to fold any day now, came from the early success of Fantastic Four and Spider-Man and the other superhero books. And you can argue, what percentage of those books, the success of those books, was due to Jack Kirby, but it's got to be a high enough percentage, whatever it was. And that's what Don Heck was talking about. And Don was talking about how Jack coached him personally on how to draw superheroes more interesting. Because it was not a natural subject matter for Don. Don Heck was a great drawer of romance comics and war comics and Western comics. Jack thought that Don Heck drew the single best women ever in comics, the sexiest, best-looking women, and the best-looking men. And Jack kind of adopted Don as a protege in the sense, even though Don had been in the business for years and years, and took him by the hand. And the early superheroes that Don drew, he was told
Hulk 2003, ¿visto sí o no? Sí, la he visto. Más veces de las que debería haberla visto, yo creo. Sí, me acuerdo muy bien porque esa película está en casa de mi abuela, la fue en 2003. Entonces luego como que sí la ponía cuando iba con ella, pero no, o sea, la veía y de chiquito como que me costaba como, X. Pero una vez que la volví a ver ya cuando estaba más grande dije, no manches, qué mala película.
Sí, no, es horrible, o sea. Como que la historia tiene muchos flashbacks, pero no se conecta, no sé, está súper raro eso.
Sí, o sea, te juro que cuando la veía de chiquito yo nunca entendí lo de la mamá, así como que, ¿qué? Y luego como que, según esto, Bruce se había convertido en Hulk cuando explotó, o sea, cuando era chiquito, estaba bien raro.
Sí.
Y su papá era el de los elementos, no sé, no me acuerdo quién era su papá, de que se peleaba con su papá y su papá era el malo y es como
Leo, tu tortuga niña favorita, Leonardo.
Busquen su nombre.
Ajá. No, pero también su katana, o sea, como cada uno tiene su arma, la katana es la que más me gusta.
Pero si fíjate, Hulk 2003 sí es malita.
Es muy mala, esa sí, no.
La música no está tan mal.
Me recuerda un poco a la de 2008, a la otra Hulk. Tienen como el mismo estilo.
Sí.
Pero de historia sí no, es horrible.
Y me acuerdo que al final parecía que se había muerto, pero aparecía ahí como en Brasil, en exilio y que se convertía. Wow.
It's true because I started with the Fantastic Four, as I mentioned, but then as I went back, I discovered Fourth World.
Sí, creo que 2003 puede ser como la película más mala.
And now, and then after that, I went back to the Fantastic Four and I started reading it, and I just thought it was so hokey, and I didn't like the style at all.
I
Bueno,
read them in a different order, and
Los Cuatro Fantásticos de 2015 también.
New God's definitely a great comic to me.
Nah, pero yo creo que ese está mejor que Hulk de
Nowadays,
2003.
current age, looking back, I find that the
Pero Hulk de 2003 sí tenía escenas de acción. Los Cuatro Fantásticos está bien ridícula la batalla final.
Bueno, eso sí, eso sí.
Lo peor es que esta película solo la he visto una vez en la vida y no he conocido, o sea, no sé si hay alguien que la haya visto al menos 2 veces.
And I'm not just the comics that Jack did.
¿Tú crees que hay alguien que la haya visto 2 veces la película?
You know, guys like Don Heck and John Romita and G. Cohen did wonderful work for those books, and they were of a piece. They all had something new in them all the time, and Jack was vital to that. Some would say the most important person in it, but even if he was only the number 2 person, it has a pretty impressive credential. The thing that I think people sometimes don't get, though, is that Jack was this incredible idea machine. Like, there are people who say, well, when Jack went back to DC in 1970, why didn't he go back to the Challengers of the Unknown, which he'd done in the 60s and 50s? And the answer was he'd done it before. He didn't want to go back to old things. There's a quote that of Jack's that I put in one of my books on him, and I've heard it back hundreds of places. One time in a fanzine, some kid who was taking over Captain America said, I don't even remember which one it was, I'm going to do stories in the Kirby tradition. And Jack looked at that and said, the kid doesn't get it. The Kirby tradition is to create a new comic. And that quote, I think, kind of summarizes a lot about Jack. Jack did not like taking over somebody else's comic. He did not like taking over somebody else's characters. A few times when he was forced to do it, he would say to the people, now, do you want me to do my version or their version? Because if you want their version, they should do it. And they'd say, no, we want something brand new and different. And then he was faulted for not following what had come before him at some point. But, you know, that's just what happens when you're an innovator. People are afraid, you know. When Jack got to DC, he was held back a lot because he wanted to do brand new things. And, you know, and these people at DC kept saying, no, that's not what we publish. You got to make it look more like a DC comic. We've got to get it back to something which we are more comfortable with. So, you know, it was wonderful when he could be unleashed fully.
Well, and being unleashed was exactly what happened when he kind of got out of comics in the 1978.
Según yo, también Darkseid fue creado por Jack Kirby. No estoy muy seguro.
And, you know,
Yo tampoco, pero sí me suena.
Creado por el escritor y artista Jack Kirby, sí.
Sheer number of ideas.
Sí,
I mean,
sí,
I'm
sí.
still finding online, oh my gosh, here's a new concept he just threw out one day for Ruby Spears or whoever. That it's like, what in the world? Some of them are just the most crazy, ridiculous ideas.
Yeah. Some of those started with writers at Ruby Spears, and then Jack would take it to a whole new level. He did not create all those things from scratch himself. But sometimes they'd hand him an outline, somebody else had done. But Joe Ruby was a very creative guy too, and Joe and Jack got along well. Very good. In fact, people kept referring occasionally to Jack Ruby and Joe Kirby in the studio. Yeah, Jack Kirby and Joe Kirby are having a lunch today. And Joe would come up with ideas, very creative guy, and Jack would take them and say, what if the guy did this? What if he did this? And he'd add all this wonderful stuff in. Yeah, it was an amazing part of Jack's life to kind of be reborn in a new industry at his age. And to get, A, respect he was not getting in comic books, and B, health insurance he was not getting in comic books, which comes in very handy when you have a heart attack. It's very good to have health insurance when you have a heart attack. So, it was a very happy, I'm not to say ending, because his career went on after that, but it was a very happy turn of events to him, because at a very sad thing, commentary about comic books, that at that point they didn't find the right place for Jack Kirby. I think, and I've said this before, I think some people at Marvel were brain dead stupid not to give him the deal that would have kept him there and the treatment that would have kept him there. It wouldn't have cost them that much. And if he'd come up with one thing that was the next Silver Surfer or the next Inhumans, it would have been like, buying an oil well for 20 cents. It was so short-sighted and so indicative of a disrespect for the talent working for them that nobody at Marvel said, look, let's give Jack Kirby the best deal in the world and give him the credits he wants, and let's keep him here and keep him creating stuff for us. Somebody should have been fired for malpractice for not doing that.
I was looking at the Fourth World stuff again recently, and kind of doing an analysis. We've been doing a live stream video series. One of the things that really stuck out to me was the fact that we ended up getting 24, 26-page stories once the books expanded, and how something like the Flurry book is just incredible because it is a long piece, and there are spreads in there and splash pages and really get the sense of what would happen if comics kept expanding along with Jack. It's got to be 23. Yeah, you have to cut 2 pages out.
That happened with the Demon. There were 3 pages that 2 got combined into 1 page. Those long stories are great. Absolute treasure.
Yeah, it's not that what could have been one of the things. At the point, I
la escena, no supe por qué se cambió la escena. Pero bueno, se había cambiado la escena. Sería bastante interesante que Marvel hiciera un Un juego de Daredevil.
The dice and say, well, maybe we stop those Jack.
Tipo Spider-Man PC4, ¿no?
Which was pretty hard when Marvel and DC's distribution was dying. And now I have behind me a shelf. Now, if you look, see that shelf there? See that blue book down there? That's the Fourth World Omnibus. That's like the 15th printing of these stories. They're in hardcover. They're on fancy paper. I've got, you can't see it over here. There's a shelf down there full of Jack Kirby reprints. And I wrote the forwards in. And they're in hardcover. They're beautiful books. They're collected. I don't know how many times The New Gods has been reprinted, but nothing else from that era has been reprinted that much over the years. And the books became hits. And when DC puts these together now, they wish they had 10 times as many issues of those to reprint. It was genuine. This is something that I love having those books there. I smile when I walk into my office and I see all those hardcover New Gods collections that the geniuses at DC Comics in the 70s said would never exist because the books, weren't enough like Batman. So that's one of my private joys. That's the number of times in my life I have had to say, Jack was right. Oh boy, was Jack! I didn't even believe it at the time. Jack was right again, and he was right an awful lot of times. And it was one of the amazing things about knowing that man. You want to talk about the conventions and his involvement in conventions? I was present the first time Sheldorf and a band of kids came to the Jack's house, which was out in Thousand Oaks at the time. It was on a street called Lynn Road. And they told Jack about this convention they wanted to stage in San Diego. There had never been a comic book convention in the state of California. They were going to put on the first one.
Aunque dice que
And Jack gave them all sorts of advice about it and encouragement, said he'd
unos
be there.
niños vinieron a la casa de Jack Kirby y le contaron sobre una convención que iban a poner en San Diego, que nunca había habido una convención de cómics en California.
And then I was present at the
Y
first
Jack
San
les dio
Diego
como unos
I am one of
consejos.
a handful of people who've been to every single one of those. I guess right this minute I'm at the 2021 by being on this video as much as any of us can be there. But and I was there the day Jack came down. He was there for one day. He made a speech. I was in the front row for that speech. And I saw at that moment the beginnings of what we now call Comic-Con International. And I watched it get bigger and bigger.
Pues invitaron a Jack
and around the
el primer como
year, I can't pinpoint exactly when. Jack
año, como dar como un speech. Pero eso fue como hace ya 51 años, más o menos. Entonces, ¿cuántos años tenías de carnal para
recordar eso?
Bueno, ¿qué tendrá? ¿60? Si tiene 60 fue 61. Pues puede que tenía como 19 cuando estaba trabajando ahí.
Then I now
O
look at
20.
the San Diego Con as it has been for the last decade or two, and it is the entire city. I mean, you go into when I drive into San Diego, I start seeing people wearing Comic-Con T-shirts way before I'm anywhere near the convention center, and the banners are all out. Every restaurant welcoming us, promising Comic-Con discounts. It's our city. We own that city for those days. And I get to the convention center and I walk around and I see Jack Kirby everywhere. I see characters he designed. I see people imitating him. I see art styles he popularized. I see work that was done by people who I know would tell you that Jack Kirby was a major influence in their lives. And he's everywhere in that entire building. And this is, a certain pride that I was near the source of all this. A little bit, I had nothing to do with it, not a thing. I had very little to do with the Fourth World books. I was the associate editor on them, and there's, my contribution was microscopic to those books, and I feel important to keep reminding people of that because too many people in this world took credit for Jack Kirby's ideas and Jack Kirby's credits, and I think those of us who respect him should bend over backwards not to do that. Couple of times people have said, well, I've been here obviously secretly dialogue these issues. And I called the guy and said, no, I didn't. I'd be proud to have my name on them, but I had nothing to do with it. I corrected some spelling mistakes, maybe. I corrected some typos. That's about it. So anyway, just an extraordinary man, and I have no reason to say that other than the fact that I have a gratitude in him, and I always feel a need to have some place to put that gratitude and to put it out in public and express it to people. So my house is, you've been to my house, there's Kirby stuff everywhere in this place.
Yeah. You know, I think a lot about Jack sometimes because, you know, I founded the Kirby Museum. I work at the Hoboken Historical Museum. My sister is involved with the girls' camp version of the boys' camp that I went to, where I discovered who Jack Kirby was. So there's a lot of, my wife works at a local university, so I'm kind of involved in a lot of nonprofits and understanding how people, you know, support nonprofits and you know, whether they attended the camp or attended the school and their alumni or something like that. And I early on when I founded the museum, I was looking at Jack's life and going, well, you know, he hated the Lower East Side, fought so hard to get out of the Lower East Side. One of the great things that he experienced at the Lower East Side was the Boys Brotherhood Republic, and that what took he and his buddies who were like, you know, street toughs, or I mean, they had strong family ties, but still they were kind of wild kids on the street, and the BBR had kind of civilized them and made them citizens, and they did actually have a pretty good education. The New York City schools were pretty good. I think we have a quote somewhere of Jack saying that he got a good education at the schools. But like there was a very minimal contact that Jack had with the BBR. And then of course I mean he did have some, but because it still exists, it's kind of been subsumed by another nonprofit. And then of course the war, this you know, absolutely harrowing experience that he experienced, that he went through, and I'm sure he had seems like that had probably the strongest effect on his life. Just seeing, you know, life and death kind of horrors of violence, and I just looking at Jack and the way that he would welcome the people, the fans into their home, and the support for the Comic-Con, that his legacy wasn't about helping kids play basketball in the ghetto, or I mean, he loved. There's stories about him working with, you know, helping veterans, but that wasn't his legacy. His legacy were the comic book kids, the science fiction kids, the cosplayers, like that. You know, the artists and the designers and the thinkers. That it seemed like those were the people that he felt were his. There's an introduction to one of his interviews with Straczynski and DiTullio on the radio, where he says, "I feel a certain kinship with you. I think this is going to be a great interview," because they were science fiction people. Those were Jack's people. The Comic-Con people. Those are Jack's people. They're not the boxers. They're not the army guys. I mean, they are, but like he really liked the science fiction, fantasy, comic book people.
He loved people who were creative. He encouraged creativity, and he was eventually a very happy, proud man late in his life, and he realized, he understood how important he was to people. He understood. Every year at the Comic-Con, they have this awards ceremony. It's a big thing. All the industry professionals are there. They're dressed nicely. They're sitting at tables waiting to see if they win an Eisner Award or not. And for years, it became a custom, I don't know how it started, that at some point, someone would introduce Jack Kirby, and he would take a bow, and the entire audience would stand up and give him a standing ovation. They didn't do this for anybody else, but the whole industry just believed Jack Kirby deserved a standing ovation every year. And he was both a little embarrassed by it and a little proud of it. And it was an acknowledgement of the industry, in effect, acknowledging his importance to the field, and he really appreciated it. And then after he passed, they did it for Roz Kirby for a year or two. Roz did not live long after Jack left us, as nobody expected she would, because they were such an inseparable pair, and they took such good care of each other, and they had the absolute ideal marriage, the two of them.
And they still show their video, still of them dancing at the end of the ceremony, which is really a pleasure to see that, and it does get a nice round of applause. That's for sure. John, what can you tell us about your 25 years publishing the Jack Kirby Collector?
Well, I don't know if you noticed, I wore my, let me see if I can get it there.
Oh, there you go.
Original 1995 Jack Kirby Collector t-shirt here. I dug it out of an old dresser drawer this morning. This is what we used to wear to every convention we went to the first year we were publishing the Jack Kirby Collector. And on the back, I put on the back, Kirby fans ask me about the Jack Kirby Collector. So if I'm walking down the hall, somebody will tap me on the shoulder. Wait, I've never heard of this. What is this, right? And you would be surprised at the number of people that actually tap me on the shoulder from wearing this T-shirt. That shows. 25 years ago, it's I had my 4-minute, 5-minute encounter with Jack Kirby in 1991 at Comic-Con. No clue that would just completely evolve my life the way it has. And then in '94, he passed away, and I thought, okay, well, I'll just start this little newsletter about Jack Kirby and see if anybody's interested. No idea that this would end up. We were in advertising and graphic design full time then, and working really hard at that area of our business. And this little Jack Kirby newsletter was just a total fluke thing on the side, kind of to relieve the pressure of the advertising work every day. And it just snowballed so quickly and so dramatically, not because we did this great newsletter, but because so many people were influenced by Jack in their lives, and so many people wanted an outlet to express that appreciation for Jack now that he was gone. And I look back on it, and it was just like perfect timing on our part, right? Jack passed away in '94. In late '94 and into '95, we started the magazine. It was then just a little hand Xerox newsletter, and showed up at our first Comic-Con in '95. So Jack had missed the '94 convention, and everybody was mourning his loss. And we show up in '95 with our little 6 hand Xerox issues of the Jack Kirby Collector and a couple of hand-colored Jack Kirby stand-ups at our booth, having no idea what the response was like.
A ver, comentó María Jesús Camarero, una carita feliz, muchas gracias por estar aquí. Y Diego Miranda comentó, qué grandes.
El Diego.
¿Qué onda, Diego? ¿Cómo estás? Muchas gracias por estar aquí. Yo creo que ahorita, ya que en 4 minutos de panel, nos vamos a tomar, yo creo que un descanso. Igual dejamos uno de los paneles de los que estábamos atrasados mientras tomamos el descanso. Porque si ya se siente el cansancio.
Las horas, los días.
That was the point where I knew, wow, this is so resonating with people that this guy bothers to come all the way up to us. That these just hundreds and hundreds of people stop at our booth and they just want to sit there and share their encounters with Kirby. Let someone know how much they appreciate the man and all he did for them. And it's a universal thing throughout Kirby fandom. They all feel the same way about it. They love the man, even the ones that never even met him, because they love him through the work. And something in that work came through, and here I am 25 years later, mooching off of Kirby's goodwill, still doing my publication about Jack Kirby, but doing all these other ones, and it never would have happened if not for Kirby. There's not another person in the industry we could have done this publication about and had this longevity, prolonged it this long, and then springboarded from that off to start a whole business around it. It all goes back to Jack, and and the generosity of all the Kirby fans, guys like Mark and Steve, who have been invaluable to help. You guys, Rand and Tom, your lives have changed, right? How many countless hours have you spent since, 2005, working on the Kirby Museum stuff for no pay, right? It's because you love the guy and you want to make sure other people learn about him.
No pay? How did I not get that job?
Great, unpaid Kirby work for the Mark.
No, it is. It's just amazing. It boggles my mind to think about how it happens, and I'm thrilled to death, and I'm glad my life has evolved the way it has.
What's the number these days? You have a countdown.
Dice Diego, MC, ¿en qué panel están Fue hacer cosas? Estamos ahorita en el panel de Jack Kirby, ya se va a acabar. Nosotros vamos a tomar un descansito.
About another 200 or so comic strips. And then another 200 or so.
Ya se va a quedar 1 minuto y 35 segundos.
The animation stuff too, right?
Yeah.
So we've got pretty significant digital archive.
And we're still that's people that you guys can call them up and say, hey, we hear you have this piece of art, or they just show up at your booth at a convention with something.
They do. All the dealers know, and they'll come to me with the new art, and I'll just stack it up, and I'll scan it. But with this current situation, I don't know when that's going to happen again.
Thanks, guys, for joining us at the Jack Kirby 101 panel. Mark Evanier, John Morrow, Tom Kraft, and I'm Rand Hoppy. So we're part of the Jack Kirby Museum. Mark and John joined us, and we really look forward to seeing you online, seeing you at perhaps future conventions. And
I hope there are some.
So do I.
Yeah, we would like that. Maybe just a little less crowded. And we'll see you soon. So thanks a lot. Really appreciate it.
Ahí está. Bueno, yo creo que vamos a poner mientras. Ahí está mi carota. El panel de Marvel del año pasado para que en lo que tenemos nuestro descanso. Porque si estuvo. Está medio cansado. Está pesadito. Los reto un maratón de Indiana Jones, dice Diego MC. Estaría padre.
Va. De hecho, hace poquito me hice uno, pero no lo grabé. Pero va, nunca. Para Indiana Jones nunca es suficiente.
Rápido. Esto por acá. Ahí está, perfecto. Entonces, los dejamos con este panel. Este es el panel de College de Marvel Studios el año pasado. Y nos vemos al rato.
Nos vemos al rato.
¿Cuánto va a durar el descanso? Dicen, yo creo como unos 30 minutos más o menos.
Sí.
Así que nos vemos. Bye.
everybody. Hello, Holland. Wow. Wow. The Infinity Saga is complete. Thanks to all of you. We started here in Hall H. Who was here for the first time we showed footage from Iron Man? Awesome. 23 interconnected movies. From Iron Man 1 to Spider-Man Far From Home. The Infinity Saga is complete. I never thought it would happen. And it never would have happened if it were not for all of you. So thank you. It's true. You know, as long as we're thanking people and thanking all of you, I also want to thank Alan Horn, our chairman of the Walt Disney Company, Alan Bergman, our co-chairman, Bob Iger, who runs the whole place. The Infinity Saga would not have happened, I promise you, without their support and their guidance and their care. So you should be very appreciative to them as well. And I'm also going to do something that we've never done before, but it seemed right to do today. I want to introduce you to the Marvel Studios staff who made every one of these movies. I'm going to bring them out one at a time, starting with my co-president, Ludi Esposito. The amazing Victoria Alonso. Stephen Broussard. Trent Tran. Nate Carr. Sarah Smith. Brad Winterbaum. Aaron Lavanos. Jonathan Schwartz. Eric Merrill. Wendy Jacobson. Brian Chapek. Joey Neglaus. And Grant Curtis. Now listen, I know we don't look like much, but the fact is, all of these people bust their ass 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, some of them for a decade or more, to make the movies that you just saw in that little piece. Every single one of them. We appreciate you! Many of them are working on things I hope you love someday, but I want you to hear it, and let's hear it again for them, please. And I think it's also, I want them to stay out here when I tell you that I literally just heard from our folks in Disney's distribution that within a matter of days, Avengers Endgame will be the biggest film in history. The biggest film of all time. Now, you have to shout out to Mr. James Cameron, who held that title for a long time. If you adjust for inflation, he still holds the title. And he'll probably get the title again as soon as he puts out another movie. But for right now, today in Hall H, thanks to you, Avengers Endgame is the biggest film of all time. Thanks. All right, team. Thanks very much. Watch your step. If you see them out and about, be careful. Be gentle with them. What we've done. Or I can spend some time talking about what we're about to do. Of the MCU, and we're going to take you through all the projects we're working on from 2020 to 2021. There's a lot of untitled things up there. And you know what we're going to do? We're going to start right off the bat with our film on November 6th, 2020. Something entirely new, entirely different for the MCU. A group of immortals who've been on Earth for 35,000 years. They've been there amongst the MCU. We haven't met them before. This film is full Jack Kirby. And I want you guys to say a big hello to our director of Eternals, Chloe Zhao. Show everybody your shirt.
It says I have friends on that Death Star.
Oh. Did you buy that here, or did you already have that? Oh, nice. Chloe, really quick question. What drew you to the film?
I just really wanted to make a Marvel movie for so long because I've been a fan of MCU for a decade, and when I watch their movies, I see how much this team loves their fans and loves their characters. So I said I want to make a Marvel movie. And also for this film, for the Eternals, it's about these group of incredible immortals, but through their journey, we really get to explore what it means to be human and humanity in our time on this planet. So we can't wait to share the film with you.
Do you guys have any interest in meeting some of the Eternals? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, as Icarus, Richard Madden. Playing Kingo, Camille Nanjani. As Makari, Lauren Ritloff.
How is he going to go to taxi driver and go through
As Bastos, Brian Tyree Henry. I'm going to bring out the leader of the Eternals, playing Ajax, Salma Hayek. Let me introduce, playing Sprite, Liam McHugh. And as Big Bad Gilgamesh, Don Lee. And finally, unbelievably, playing Thena, Angelina Jolie.
To protect humankind from the deviants. And I play Icarus, who is the sexiest of the most...
Lauren, what does it mean to you to portray the first deaf hero in the MCU?
Well, I have to say, well, I do have a son, and he asked me, after he read Greek mythology, he was reading through that, and he's like, what does honor mean? This is what honor means. I'm so honored to be here.
Kumail, first question, when are we going to hang out, dude?
I've got something on my plate right now.
You're no stranger to San Diego Comic-Con, but what's it like being up here on stage at Hall H?
I'll say I've been to Comic-Con 8 times, and this is the first time I've been able to get into Hall H. So I don't know how you did it, but I had to take a different approach. And I actually brought a mask to walk the floor, so if you see a Hellboy with Pakistani hands walking around, trying to buy the He-Man Comic-Con exclusive, don't blow up my spot. Amazing. I am very emotional. Woo!
One more, slightly more serious question for you. Going into this, having been both a stand-up comic and a dramatic actor, how are you going to use those skills to approach this particular role?
Well, I was thinking about this. It used to be, movies like Casablanca would have sort of everything. They would have action, drama, thriller, romance, comedy. They'd have everything. And then movies sort of became like there had to be little genres. It was like, what is this? Is this a comedy? Is this a drama? Is this a thriller? And I feel like Marvel movies are a throwback to those old school Hollywood movies because they have everything. They have action, drama, romance, comedy. They have everything. So I'm just excited to be able to do all of that.
That's an excellent point. Brian Tyree Henry, your character Fastos is known for his intelligence. So how does it feel to join a historic lineup of Marvel geniuses?
I can't even put into words how amazing this is right now for me to be standing up here.
I mean, as far as the geniuses go, the geniuses in Marvel are usually the ones with the biggest hearts, and they move from their heart. And I feel like Fastest does the same thing. And I just want to bring, a whole new flavor to Fastest and make sure that, us and all the Eternals are represented in the best way, to save mankind. So that is why I am here.
So Ajax, your character is the leader of the group. So how does it feel to portray such a strong female superhero in the MCU?
It feels great! I take my inspiration from our leader, Chloe, who's also a strong woman. And it takes a strong woman to do a movie like this because it's so big and amazing. And I'm so excited to be a part of it. And the way she approaches leadership as a woman, as a strong woman, is that she sees them as a family. So there's a lot of mother instincts in this Eternal who is not supposed to have kids. And this is very exciting, and I feel very honored to be a part of a movie that is going to allow people who never felt represented in superheroes, or in this case, Eternals, represented, because I am proud to have a diverse family.
Great answer. Angelina, seeing that you've done a lot of action films in the past, with this film coming from a different angle, is your approach to this film going to be any different?
I'm so excited to be here. I'm going to work 10 times harder because I think what it means to be a part of the MCU, what it means to be an Eternal, to be a part of this family. I know what we all need to do. We have all read the script. We all know what the task ahead is, and we know what you deserve. So we are all going to be working very, very hard. So I am in training. I'm thrilled. Thank you so much.
Leah, how does it feel to be the youngest person to portray one of the oldest MCU characters?
Does it feel real? And it's so weird because I grew up watching Marvel movies with my whole family. I have 4 siblings. And it's just crazy.
Oh my God, you almost made me cry a little bit. I'm like, oh, your parents must be so proud of you. John, how do you feel about jumping into the hugely beloved world of the Marvel Cinematic Universe?
Thank you. Very excited and so honored to be here. I love this project, and then I can't wait to show you the power of Gilgamesh. Yes.
So that being said, who would win in a fight, Gilgamesh or the Hulk?
Mark Ruffalo here? No, I would say Gilgamesh.
Nice. Well, I know that you guys all have to get back to London to continue working, so I'll let you go. Everybody, big round of applause. Thank you guys so much for joining us here at San Diego Comic-Con. Thank you.
Eternal!
I'm saying Black Widow. You saying Black Widow May 1st?
That's pretty exciting. That could be the end of the show right there. Now that I think about it. No? All right. Let's see what's coming up in fall 2020. And the Winter Soldier coming to Disney's new streaming platform, Disney Plus. This Disney Plus, let me tell you something, is giving Marvel Studios an opportunity to tell so many more stories that we haven't been able to tell before. Most specifically, what's going on with the Falcon and Winter Soldier post-Endgame. Ladies and gentlemen, Anthony Mackie and Sebastian Stan.
That's enough. Let me get it back. No, all right. Sorry. Hey, be careful. You want to do a little
I was not expecting vibranium to be that heavy.
We can talk together. What'd you say?
So I wasn't expecting vibranium to be that heavy. That shield is legit.
Yeah, we get that a lot.
Yeah, I am very impressed. You guys both have kind of
See
like.
what kind of show this gonna be? Sorry.
Like
Stop.
having a kid and only picking him up with one arm all the time, so one arm is totally discombobulated with the other.
Sure.
Yeah. All right. So okay, great, tight. All right. So I got a question actually to both of you. So whoever wants to hit this one first, go ahead. Now that you guys really get to dive into the dynamic of these two characters, what are you two excited to explore?
I'd like to explore the Falcon as a character. What kind of man is this man? We'll find out. We know he's got thighs, so let's see if there's anything else.
Well, with the Winter Soldier, I want to see what really makes him tick. What ticks him off? How much ticking can that clock do before that tick go tock and that tock go boom?
I was wondering where we were heading for that, and I was like,
I came all the way around. You know what I mean?
all the way back. Do you guys have as much fun on set as you so obviously seem to have offset?
Oh, definitely not. See how it is? It's going to be a long 6 months for some of us.
Nah, we have a lot of fun on set. I mean, look, we're living our dream. Every one of us has dreamed and prayed to be in a Marvel movie. We have the job that anyone else would kill to have. So why would you mess that up by not respecting and appreciating the opportunity that you're given? So when we go to work, we have a really good time.
Paul H. And
Well, sure, I can tell you a little bit more about the show if you want. So the first film that we will be releasing in 2021 on February 12th is this. Into the 10 Rings. Anybody here ever heard of the 10 Rings before?
Yes!
10 Rings has been in the MCU since the very beginning. Those sons of bitches that Obadiah Stane hired. They helped out Whiplash a little bit in Iron Man 2. There was an imposter that played the Mandarin in Iron Man 3. Remember that? But you didn't see that in Ant-Man, the 10 Rings logo there.
Oh!
And in an awesome short we did called All Hail the King, there is a real Mandarin. And he was quite upset with the shenanigans that they pulled in Iron Man 3. Well, the Mandarin is in this film. And right now, that the amazing Chinese actor Tony Leung is playing the Mandarin. Also joining the cast of this film is the incredible Aquafina. Now I want you to meet the director of Shang-Chi, Destin Cretton.
Hi, everybody. So many of you out there.
Dustin, thanks for joining us on stage. First of all, love the cast. Love the cast.
I do too.
How does it feel to be at the helm of this movie?
It's scary. I grew up in I grew up on an island in the middle of the Pacific called Maui. Ooh, that's cool. In a small town called Haiku that had about the population of this room. So standing on this stage is really terrifying for me. But what's really cool is I grew up with friends who were Japanese, Chinese, Caucasian, Filipino, Portuguese, Korean. That's the norm in Hawaii, and it's so exciting to see Kevin and this amazing team begin to create an MCU that reflects all the beautiful colors that I see in this room. So to be a small part in that is really special to me.
Well, I don't want to torture you by keeping you up here too long, but a really quick question. Some of those Easter eggs really surprised me. I didn't even notice half of them, so I'm kind of shocked. Are you excited to dive into the mythology of the Ten Rings and letting audiences into something that you guys have been seeding since Iron Man?
Yes.
Well, I guess I couldn't say what kind of plans do you have, because then that gives away the whole enchilada, so never mind.
I mean, it's amazing stepping into this and just seeing how incredible things have been thought out from the very beginning. This mind is pretty amazing.
So, speaking about cast, do you guys have anything you want to share?
Yeah, maybe. We've been, it's been a really in-depth search to try to find somebody who will capture this character with all the dimensions that he deserves, and it's going pretty well. We found him.
Do you want to?
You guys want to meet him? It is a huge honor for me to introduce you to the incredible Simu Liu.
Wow！ 我自我介绍一下好不好？我的名字是刘思慕，我是哈尔滨出生的，多伦多长大的。今天我非常非常感谢漫威给了我这个机会扮演上旗。Did you guys get that, by the way? Not a damn thing. Okay, that's cool.
If I ask this question and you've already answered it, I'm sorry. But when did you find out that you would be Shang-Chi? And how do you think becoming that part of the Marvel Cinematic Universe is going to change your life? Because it most certainly will.
Okay, so here's where I have a bone to pick with Kevin, because I feel like I was like kind of this social experiment of like, let's just take this guy, the ordinary guy living in Toronto, let's tell him that he's going to be in the next Marvel movie and give him like 4 days to prep for it. So literally, guys, I was cast on Tuesday. I screen tested on Sunday in New York, and this is just the craziest dream. All your beautiful faces. I can't describe how I feel right now.
Have you ever been to San Diego Comic-Con before or knew anything about it before you got here?
This is my first time. Why? Is this a difficult hall to get into, or something like that?
What's your first impression now that you're here? Because it's a pretty intense con.
It is pretty intense. You know, I'm looking out at all your beautiful faces. Actually, sorry, if I could answer your last question, because you asked me how it would change my life, and obviously it's the fulfillment of my dream, but I can't help but think about my parents. My parents immigrated from China to Canada 25 years ago with nothing except the hopes and dreams to build a family and to build a life for their kids, and all I've ever wanted to do growing up was to make them proud. And so basically what I'm trying to say is I'm really happy that I'm not a doctor, and so take that, Mom and Dad. Comic-Con's great. This is the best crowd ever.
You guys with these... You guys with these parent stories are like killing me over here. I can't handle it. Simu, congratulations on getting the role of Shang-Chi.
Thank you.
And thank you both so much for joining us on stage. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Both those guys are incredible. I can't wait for you to see what they can do. You want to see what we're doing in spring 2021? mega event series we're doing on Disney Plus. If you thought that logo was strange, wait until you see this show. It's unlike anything we've done before. How about you meet Wanda Maximoff, Lizzie Olsen, and the Vision, Paul Bettany.
I'll jump right in. Elizabeth, how do you feel about the opportunity to explore Wanda's character in more depth now that you've got the Disney Plus show coming up?
We're going to have a lot of fun. It's going to get weird. We're going to go deep. We're going to have lots of surprises. And we're going to finally understand Wanda Maximoff as the Scarlet Witch.
Paul, if this takes place after the events of Endgame, and certain things have occurred since then what is going on with Vision?
I have no idea. Last thing I knew, I died in Infinity War, so I literally have never been this confused.
Died many times.
This many people in my whole life. But all I can tell you is every time we get to do this, the stories get richer and richer, and this is the richest it's been, and we're so excited to bring it to you all. So I hope you love it, because it's going to be surprising and weird.
Now, Kevin, I know, again, that you guys are pretty early on in this, but is there anything else you can share about the show?
Well, it does take place after Endgame. There are some other characters who you've met before in the MCU that will appear in it. One of them, as a matter of fact, you met earlier this year as a little girl in 1995. In Captain Marvel's a little girl. On WandaVision, as an adult, meet your new Monica Rambeau, Gianna Paris.
Tiana, so this is your first Comic-Con, correct? And I heard you braved the show floor wearing a mask, so how did that all go down?
It was hot, it was exciting, feeling all of your energy. Thank you, I'm so happy to be here. Oh my goodness, and to be, I'm shaking. Like, I am from Hopkins, South Carolina, and this is really, this is a dream to be a Marvel superhero and Monica Rambeau. Oh my God.
Absolutely. Just personal question. Did you buy anything on the show floor? Did you find anything cool? Because where should I go?
I just walked around. I was too overwhelmed, as y'all can tell. I'm very excited, but I just walked around and wanted to feel everyone's energy, and I am just so very excited. It's just surreal.
I can't tell you how exciting and different and strange that show is going to be. Speaking of exciting, what we're working on also for spring 2021 needs no introduction, but we'll give an introduction anyway. Disney Plus, and I know what you're saying. Didn't I see Loki die in Infinity War? You did.
But he
what
went
else
back
did
and
you
passed
see
with
in
the
Endgame?
cube. The cube!
Where did Loki go? What happened to Loki? This series will tell you what happened to Loki right after that. He goes to a number of places. I don't want to spoil them, but I will spoil the first place he went. He came to Hall H. Ladies and gentlemen, Tom Hiddleston.
We love you! Loki! 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 Loki!
Tom, I love that you grabbed the Tesseract Space Stone, and then the first place you chose to come is Hall H. Solid choice. Solid choice.
The last time I was standing on stage with this gentleman, I was asking him to kneel. But I wouldn't this whole thing would not be happening without you.
So deep dive question for you here. The Loki that we see disappear is not necessarily the Loki that we saw grow and change in Thor Ragnarok. So how do you think that this is going to affect your character in this show?
You guys saw Avengers, right? So he's still that guy. And just about the last thing that happened to him was he got Hulk smashed. So there's a lot of psychological evolution that is still yet to happen. But Kevin has generously shown me what his plans are. I can't tell you any of them. But it is one of the most exciting creative opportunities I think I've ever come across. This is new territory, a new world, new challenges, and I cannot wait to get started.
I swear to God, between WandaVision, Loki, and the Haley Mills backlog, I am all over that Disney Plus. You tossing in bed knobs and broomsticks? Sold! I'm so excited!
So, we have a movie coming out on May 7th, 2021. Want to hear about that?
Yep!
Just because Quentin Beck makes up lies about the multiverse doesn't mean it isn't real. Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness. Say hi to the director, Scott Derrickson.
Scott, thank you for joining us. What do you love most about the character of Doctor Strange, and what excites you about telling another story that surrounds him?
I mean, what excites me about Doctor Strange is what made him great in the comics, that he doesn't fight villains from this earth, or even from this universe, but from the multiverse, from other dimensions. So you get into all kinds of psychedelic weirdness, which this movie is going to. But when I came and talked to Kevin about doing a sequel, I said I don't want to do just another sequel to do a sequel. If I'm going to do it, it has to go into the territory that drew me into the Doctor Strange comics in the first place, which is how they dipped into the gothic and the horror and the horrific, and we're going to make the first scary MCU film.
You had me at God.
You know what? No, it's PG-13. You're going to like it. You know what excites me about Doctor Strange?
What?
The fact that Benedict Cumberbatch plays him.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, Benedict Cumberbatch.
Hello.
So, I heard you had a little bit of a planes, trains, and automobiles situation getting here to Hall H all during your birthday.
Nah, I just did this.
Because Hall H is so important. I feel bad that you did that.
It was my birthday yesterday, and they
Happy birthday! I think you'll know where I'm going to go with this. Yeah. And because it's non-licensed, we won't be sued. To you, happy birthday to you.
Yeah.
Happy birthday, dear
Louder. There's only one or two ways to go with that. There's the kind of like, oh no, you shouldn't stop.
Just gotta take the love. So Doctor Strange has obviously gone through a lot, and his actions lead to the success of defeating Thanos. Yeah. And he's developed so much as a sorcerer, but also as a man. Yeah. So what's next for him? Just easy softball questions.
I think, just some, home economics and cooking, knitwear, and a kind of crazy line in horror. Look, I'm really excited to be at the dawn of this project, and I think it's vital to maintain the integrity of humour and stuff that we had in the first film, but with this twist of horror, which I think will really have people gripped.
Is that twist of horror going to change any way that you approach him as a character at all, or?
He'll be facing unexpected things. I think he'll be in a position rather like the audience and not knowing what's coming at him. There was a lot of authority to this character, I thought, in the Avengers iterations and even in Thor as well. So we're going back to kind of trying to destroy him a bit, I think.
The events that you will see Wanda go through in the WandaVision epic series will be reflected and tied directly into Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness.
So, Elizabeth, thanks for joining us back on stage. That being said, is there anything that you can tell us about how your Disney Plus show will play into Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness?
I don't know if I could answer the how, but I think I'm really excited to be able to link one story on one medium and bring it into the features. We haven't done that yet, and I think that's super unique to MCU. And I think that might be the future, but I don't know anything. I really don't know anything.
It's all still secret. Well, thank you guys so much for joining us. Scott, Benedict, and Elizabeth, everybody. Thank you for all the info on Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness.
Now, the next thing we're going to talk about is for summer 2021, and it's something that Marvel Studios has never had an opportunity to do before. We've been working on these movies for 10 plus years. There are always ideas we have, always other things we want to try, and with this, all of those set in stone MCU scenes and experiences you've seen before, you'll see different versions of in this. Something incredibly exciting about it is that a huge majority of the actors from our movies are reprising their roles in very different forms in this animated series. And you may have heard an awesome voice narrate that piece. That awesome voice is the Watcher, played in this series by the amazing Jeffrey Wright.
So, Jeffrey, how excited are you to play the Watcher, and what are you going to be bringing to the role specifically for him?
How excited are you to be here? I think that's my answer. I think it's really exciting to be a part of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Of course, it's also for me a way to get my son to return my texts. Thinking about doing this Marvel thing. What? Kevin Feige says, remember to take out the garbage. Oh, okay, when now? So, no, I'm terribly excited to be a part of this. This is like modern myth making. You guys thrilled to this stuff. So I'm stoked to be here.
Is there anything that you can tell us about the role?
Well, the Watcher is a being, a non-earthly being, who observes all things. He's watching over the multiverse, and occasionally may or may not intervene with the doings of Earthlings. Other than that, he's off doing his own thing, so I can relate to that as well.
He's like the internet, he just sits back and makes comments.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. It's also, today is the 50th anniversary of the lunar landing.
Yes. Yes.
So the Watcher first appears in '63, I think, Fantastic Four. There you go. He turns up on the moon. Because although today's the 50th anniversary, the Watcher had a crib there ages ago, So that's who he is, and we'll see where we take it. We could take it anywhere.
Awesome. Well, I look forward to listening to you as the Watcher. Thank you so much for joining us here at San Diego Comic-Con.
Thank you.
Jeffrey, run! done yet at all today? We haven't talked about any of the OG original Avengers.
Jeremy Renner! Kevin Feige. The Wizard of Oz, the man behind the curtain, makes it all happen, right? How about Kevin? Give it up for Kevin, y'all. Come on, he made it all happen for all of us.
So, Jeremy, thanks for joining us here in Hall H. What are you going to talk about?
Look, I can blow wind about a whole lot of things I can't talk about, but I think he might have put something together. Something?
See ya. Coming to Disney Plus.
So, wait a second.
Yeah.
Was that Kate Bishop?
Yeah, the better version of Hawkeye. Yeah, the best version of Hawkeye. Yeah.
That's awesome. So I know things are still a little secret about the show. Is there anything that you can share with us?
No. Come on. This is what I'm trying to do. But what was exciting about it for me is essentially, they showed that to me, I think, a few days ago. And I feel this is so amazing. Because, you know, what I get to do in the show ultimately is shepherd an amazing character to be probably a better version of me. And the sentiment of what that is what I think the fiber of what Hawkeye is, at least what I think Hawkeye is a superhero without superpowers. And I can teach someone else how to be a superhero without superpowers. I think that's an amazing sentiment to,
regresamos para un último panel, terminar esta transmisión de varios días, ¿no? Pero ya, hoy toca terminarlo. Exacto. Hoy toca ya terminar esto, así que vamos a hacerlo. Veamos. Vamos a quitar eso tantito y vamos a poner ya nuestro último panel, el cual va a ser de Funko Pops.
Funkillos.
Funko. Vi un poquito de este, solo para ver de qué trataba. Se ve mucho más dinámico. El más dinámico del día de hoy, porque todos los demás han estado buenos, han estado bastante informativos, pero han sido como más... Es como, bueno. Así que... aquí lo tenemos.
¿Cómo se llama?
Se llama Funko Fun TV.
Funko Fun TV.
Dice Diego MC, hola, ¿cómo estás, Diego?
Hola, Diego. Un gran saludo para allá. ¿Es el que dura 28 minutos?
Creo que sí. Sí.
Va.
Sí, exacto ese. No, déjame. Está. El último panel, dice Diego. Sí. Es el último ya. Ya. Para terminar el día. Los directos de San Diego. Obviamente vamos a tener el DC Fandom. Gracias a Dios ese solo es un día. Porque sí está pesado.
Sí.
Así que... veamos.
Ya lo tengo aquí.
Yo ahorita lo sé. Veamos. pongan los últimos debates para armarlo rápido. Debatillo, ya quedan 4 minutos para que esté disponible, así que si quieren armar un debate. ¿Su día favorito de la Comic Con?
Su día favorito era sábado.
Ayer, exacto, sábado.
Ayer. Efectivamente.
Definitivamente el mejor día de todos fue ayer. Siento que hubo muchos más paneles más dinámicos, muchas más noticias que otros días. Y no sé, creo que fue el día más entretenido para mí, tanto de cubrir como de paneles. El día menos favorito, yo creo que voy a decir que fue hoy.
¿Fue hoy?
Sí.
Yo creo que... No lo sé. Igual y el segundo, el del viernes. Robin versus Bucky.
Yo me voy porque gana Robin.
Yo Bucky. Yo me voy por Bucky.
Pero bueno, depende, o sea, cuando Bucky es Winter Soldier o antes. O sea, antes cuando solo era Side.
Bueno, sí. Sí, porque ahorita primero pensé en Winter Soldier.
Sería uno
Supongo
de Nightwing contra Winter Soldier, sería bueno.
Supongo que como dijo Robin, o sea, se refiere al Bucky cuando era Psychic, antes de todo. Entonces yo ahí sí digo que Robin, pero ya cuando Bucky se vuelve malo, bueno, no se vuelve malo, pero cambia todo, yo digo que ya Winter Soldier.
Sí, es que Winter Soldier también está bien cañón. Ya quedan supuestamente 40 segundos.
Man-Bat versus Venom. Yo a Man-Bat siento que no es tan fuerte.
Venom, definitivamente.
Aunque sí intimida el Man-Bat. Pero
sí.
no tanto. Yo prefiero a Venom. Y siento que sí ganaría.
Sí. Ok, pues ya lo tenemos aquí. Vamos a abrirlo. Ahí está, perfecto. Ahora, Visión versus el Batman Robot. El Batman Robot, ¿a cuál te refieres?
Sí, no me sé. A ver, voy a buscarlo. Batman Robot. Me salió un juguete de Imaginex.
Ya.
No sé.
Creo que hay uno de la serie de Batman.
Vaya.
Sí que está un Funko Pop.
Sí, ya vi el Funko Pop.
Yo creo que Visión. Es que Visión es de Vibranium y todo, entonces. Vamos a empezar esto de una vez. ¿Estás listo? 1,
2, 3.
Es la última vez que vemos eso. Su traje favorito de Spider-Man. El traje del simiente me gusta mucho, pero también me gusta el de el Amazing Fantasy número 15 y el de Mark Bagley.
Wow.
Pero voy a bajar tantito porque no voy a tener música, copyright la música. Porque luego les gusta usar música con copyright luego.
Hey.
El Iron Man. Phone TV. No, todavía sigue la música. I Will Return, dice Brian Valero.
Ready for this, Mike? Fun TV? I am ready, but let's take care of one thing first. All right, good to go. 6 feet. I just want to start by saying hello to all my Funko fanatic family out there tonight. That means aloha. That means ni hao. That means mabuhay. That means sawadi ka krup. I think that's all I got. So anyway, Brian, take it away.
Wow, Funko fans, 2020. What can I say? It has been one crazy year. But I can tell you one thing. Funko misses you guys. We miss the Comic-Cons. We miss the interaction with our fans. As you guys know, we wouldn't be here as a company without you guys. But we're just hoping that you're staying safe. And we can't wait to see you at whatever next event that is when the world gets back to normal. One thing that Funko does, we think better than anybody else, is just put smiles on people's faces by making things that we know you love and us as collectors love. And we miss that interaction, but this show is just one little way of saying, hey, guess what? We're still excited about the pop culture future. So let's bring a little joy to you guys right now. Let's show you some of the amazing things Funko is going to make in 2020 and 2021. Let's take a look at some sneak previews, starting with McDonald's.
Sneak peek.
Hey, look at McDonald's.
It's McDonald's.
I love sneak peeks. I love showing you guys what's coming up.
Aparte hay un que es 5-pack.
I grew up on McDonald's. it's taken a while to put this partnership together, and I know there's a lot
Veamos, chavos, ¿qué opinan de ese?
McDonald's pops. But here
Justice
we
League
go.
vs. Avengers. Avengers. Bueno, no. Avengers, pero siento que sí ganaría la Liga de la Justicia.
Sí.
Porque tienen a Superman, Wonder Woman, Linterna Verde, Flash. Y bueno,
Sí, buen punto. Me gustan más los Avengers, pero acepto que sí tiene razón en la liga.
In a box, and I'm so excited about bringing this to you guys. This is super cool. We have a limited edition shared exclusive with McDonald's and Funko Shop 5-pack, or you can buy these individually boxed. Anyways, coming very, very soon.
¿Quién va a tener un Ronald McDonald en su colección? Mira, fíjate que hay un Venom vs. Lex Luthor. Venom.
Is a new collaboration, a Disneyland 65th anniversary pop line. The first one we're going to take a look at right now is all about one of my favorite rides in the park, the Matterhorn. We have a Matterhorn-inspired pop line featuring a great Matterhorn bobsled, Donald Duck. We also have Mickey Mouse and Donald Duck in Matterhorn-inspired gear and a really cute little Mickey Mouse bobsled keychain. The next thing that I can't wait to see in person is our Disneyland 65th anniversary train set. This is the first time we've ever done pop in a train format. Each character comes in their own little train car, and it's super cute. They hook together, and it's the new
El Dumbo y el Pluto también.
These are fantastic. The next thing we're going to take a peek at is a 65th anniversary Alice in Wonderland and the Teacup Ride, with a special deco of both Alice, Cheshire Cat, and an absolutely new teacup featuring the Mad Hatter. Man, I am so excited about that Disneyland 65th anniversary pop line. I can't wait for that to come out. But you know who also loves Disney and Disneyland? Our Funko employees. And they've recorded a couple great special messages
for you, our fans. Guys, take it away.
Hey Funko fans, it's Jen Ryan. I'm the general manager here at Funko Hollywood. I'm so
Ah, yo por
excited because
ahí.
we are back
Nah.
open to the public Wednesday and
Por
Sunday.
cierto, sí.
Let me show you something really
Grabamos un
cool.
video en Funko Hollywood. Si quieren pueden ir a verlo. Está bastante padre.
Here in Hollywood. So I want you to
40
come on
minutos
in and come
de
visit me
toda
soon.
la tienda.
Bye guys.
Así que vayan a verlo.
Liz reporting from Funko HQ located in Everett, Washington. I just wanted to say hi to everybody. Hope you're staying healthy and safe. And please keep shopping with us at shop.funko.com. Bye guys.
We just wanted to highlight our great
Esos están
partnership with
padrísimos.
folks at San Diego Comic-Con.
Yeah.
20 years in the making. Last year was the first year we've ever done their mascot, the toucan, in pop form. This year we went all out. We have two amazing versions of the toucan astronaut, one of which you can only get at the San Diego Comic-Con Museum store, and a superhero toucan.
Quiero a Pluto.
In addition to that, our partners at Nickelodeon, Michelangelo from the Turtles,
Sí.
the limited edition Cowabunga, San Diego Comic-Con.
Ese Miguel Ángel se me hace bastante padre.
Great product.
Es el que está aquí en la
Super
imagen.
excited about this, and we're excited about the partnership for years and years to come.
Celebrity shout
Emilio, es que perdí, ahorita acabamos de empezar el de el Funko. Es el último panel ya.
Wishing you a wonderful
Vamos a
virtual
ver.
con until the real thing is back. And until then, unpleasant dreams.
Hey, Funko fanatics, it's me, Chris Hardwick. I'm so sorry we won't get to see each other in San Diego for Comic-Con this year, but we have virtual Comic-Con, so we're going to make it work anyway. Listen, having a pop of myself is probably the greatest accomplishment of my life. I adore it. I was long a Funko fan before that even happened. I know the feeling of seeing one pop and going, well, yeah, of course I have to have Michael Myers. And what is that, Lando Calrissian? Sure, I need that too. And you know what? Madame Leota, that's amazing. What? Yes, I need Negan with Lucille. And He-Man and Battle Cat? Yes, I need that too. Along with Gizmo and Pickle Rick and Tiny Mr. Poopy Butthole Auctioneer, ooh-wee. Yeah, I need all four Golden Girls. I got Rose. I got Blanche. I got Sophia. Where the hell's my Dorothy? Dorothy's right here. So I just want to say, I so love and appreciate the community of Funko fans. I've gotten to meet so many of you and bond with you. I've bought Pops, I've traded Pops, and I really look forward to seeing you next year in person. But for the time being, stay safe and stay healthy, and I hope to see you real soon.
Yo, what's up, Funko fanatics? This is your boy Walter Jones, also known as Zach, the original Black Ranger. Hey, listen, I hope you guys are well. Sorry we missed you in San Diego this year. Next year, let's do it. All right? Stay healthy, stay happy, and have a more phenomenal.
Hey, what's up, Funko family? It is I, Gabriel Iglesias. That's right. Just here hanging out with my Funko. What? That's right, people. That's right. I'm so excited to be part of the Funko
¿Y ese
family.
quién no es?
That's right.
No, no
I
es.
am a Funko like you. Get ready. Number 2's coming soon. Number 2. That's right. He's got a second one.
Fun TV!
Hey, Funko fanatics. I know a lot of you
Radioactive
guys
Man
love
versus el Barto.
board games. Love playing with your friends or your
El
family.
Barto.
And now we are so
El
excited
Barto.
in the board game.
El Barto es la
It's been
leyenda.
a year since Funko Games has been
Sí.
around, and they have created some amazing games. We'd love to take you on a little trip with Deirdre, our friend. to show
Hice
you
el
some
Funko Pop de Miguel Ángel muy cool. Sí, está bastante padre.
Hi,
Johanna.
I'm Deirdre from Funko Games in
Está
Seattle,
genial.
and we have been hard at work making so many amazing games for you guys. We've got some really cool ones dropping this summer. The first one I want to share with you is Back to the Future, Back in Time. Check it
Oh.
out.
Un trailer. Esto padre.
Wow, that looks so cool. Another game I want to share with you guys is hitting this summer, Godzilla Tokyo Clash. Check it out.
King Ghidorah. Eso se ve padre.
Eso está padre.
Muestra. Dice, Emilio es la primera Comic Con en vivo. Sí, es la primera Comic Con en vivo.
Wow, I've got shivers.
Ojalá sea como la única en su clase que hagamos. El Funko de Pluto se ve fresco, el pana dice. Volver al futuro. Y Tortugas Ninja de Miguel Ángel dice yo, canal Gabriel. Por cierto, yo conseguí el el juego de Funkoverse de DC. Así que si lo quieren ver, déjenme en los comentarios y hacemos un video sobre ese.
About Funko Soda. It's refreshingly fun. Let's check it out, shall we? As you can see, there's a variety of different characters and flavors for everyone. Here we have Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Leonardo. To the naked eye, they look the same, don't they? One glows in the dark. Here we have Chili Willy. His name is Willy, and as you can see from the chase figure, he is surely chilly. Here's Kiss. Yeah.
Volver al futuro, mi película favorita de 1, 2 y 3. Definitivamente son de las mejores películas de la historia, las de Volver al futuro.
Chucky, Shredder, Boo Berry, Samurai Jack. So this is Skip Taylor signing off for fun. Oh, hold on a minute. How about a sneak peek of more from Funko Soda? First up, we have Batgirl. More from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Michelangelo. Captain Crunch's nemesis, John LaFoot. Don't forget about my person, Woody Woodpecker. It's refreshingly fun for the whole family. Skip Taylor for Fun TV, signing out.
Dice Brian Valero, conté sobre Jurassic World 3, aparentemente el villano de esta película será Dodgson, el empresario que contrató a Dennis Nedry. No lo sé.
En la 1, pero no lo sé. Parece entonces ya sería medio viejillo, ¿no? Porque en la 1 ya se veía medio mayor.
¿Quién sabe? No estaba tan mayor.
Pero, o sea, sí, no, pero para este entonces ya estaría más o menos.
Dice Spider-Gwen versus Gwenpool. Spider-Gwen.
Backpacks, wallets, purses, handbags. They're making really, really cool stuff. So to hear a little bit more about what's in the future for Loungefly, let's kick it over to Liz. Liz?
Thanks, Brian. I'm super excited to be here today to give you guys a sneak peek of a couple items that we have coming this fall. So the first thing I want to show you is our new
Salió algo de Venom 2 porque dijeron que Sony se iba a presentar en la Comic Con. Es mentira. Pues nosotros desde el primer día habíamos dicho que no era muy probable que se presentara algo de Sony. Sony no se presentó en Comic Con. Así que no salió nada de Venom 2. ¿Quién crees que será la tortuga ninja más fuerte? Está yo creo que entre Leonardo y Rafael, una de esas dos.
Yo digo que Rafa.
Sí, Rafael igual.
Our Tiana backpack that's coming. So this collection we know our fans have been waiting for, and breaking news, this mini backpack is just one of the collections we have coming for Tiana. There's actually a surprise second collection coming this year as well. So we're really excited to share that with you also. So those are a few accessories that we have, but in case you don't already know, Loungefly actually just released a new apparel collection. Stitch Shop by Loungefly is a new fan-driven apparel line, and I am wearing a piece from our new Marvel collection that will release this fall. This is the Loki dress, and it has lots of great details like Loki buttons and hidden embroideries, but it's a great subtle statement that you can make as a fan.
Como solo te das cuenta que es de Loki por eso.
And look, it even
O sea, parecía como de otra cosa.
Speaking of
Sí. Pero una vez que te lo dicen ya
We have
captas.
women's
Más o
apparel,
menos.
but coming this fall, we have men's apparel as well. Derek is here to model our low-key men's woven. As you can see, it has lots of fun details, hidden embroideries, so you can coordinate. And one of the coolest parts about Stitch Shop is that when you buy the apparel, each piece actually comes with an exclusive enamel pin that you can only get by buying that piece of clothing. So Derek is modeling this pin, and we're really excited
No
about
dijeron
this
nada de
collection.
I3 en la Comic Con, no, tampoco dijeron nada de
Sure,
I3.
let's talk more about pins.
Awesome. So, one amazing thing that happened this year was Loungefly partnered with Funko.
Hermione
to release
versus
the
Tina,
brand new
Hermione.
pop pins. I think the most amazing part of this venture was the fact that we were able to infuse many of the fabrics
Esos creo que
that we
son
have in
pins,
our
pero
bags,
del tamaño de un
faux
Funko
leathers,
Pop.
our faux suedes, and infuse them into some of the special pins. So far it's been
Ah,
great.
sí, estos ya salieron, ya tienen rato estos.
This year.
Sí.
Another thing we're excited for has been our What's Happening Tuesdays. If you go to our website, every Tuesday at 9 a.m. PST, we have been launching limited edition
¿Funko o Hot Toy?
exclusive 3-inch
Hot Toy.
enamel pins. All of our pins come with some sort of
Pues yo
special
creo que
type
son
of
figuras diferentes, o sea, obviamente son diferentes, ¿no?
Pero
Pero
it has something just unique about it. Not
siento
just
que son para
amazing
diferentes
pins, but
tipos
look
de
at the
personas.
packaging.
Creo que
We
las
spent a
Hot
lot of
Toys
time to
son
make
para
sure
los
that the
coleccionistas
entire piece
mucho
is
más apasionados. En cambio, los
So
Funkos,
just a
pues,
reminder
hoy en día
that every
casi
Tuesday at
cualquier
9
persona
a.m.
tiene uno,
Pacific on
entonces
loungefly.com.
Sí.
yo creo que ya depende
Make sure you're ready because they go really fast.
de la persona, pero yo en lo personal
Thanks
igual
so
Hot
much
Toys.
for having us today.
Pero
It was
bueno, la
really
verdad es que
fun to be
Funko
here talking about
es
new products that we
bastante...
have coming.
Es como muy universal, o sea, hay un Funko de todo, literalmente, o sea, casi de todo. Entonces, o sea, es bueno hasta... O sea, yo creo que es hasta uno de los mejores regalos que puedes dar, porque pues, literalmente de todo.
Say Thor, God of
Ajá.
Thunder. Everyone outside. Anyway, check it out. Very slimming. I like it. Hey, dig what you're wearing.
Hasbro o Mattel. Hasbro.
Yo me voy por
Hello, Funko fanatics. Sam Jones, Flash Gordon here, and my friends Mike, Brian, and the entire Funko family just wanted to say thank you. They appreciate all your years of loyalty. And my friend and I right here, it's the 40th anniversary of Flash Gordon, and we want to thank you too. So thank you. Thank you very much.
Sneak peek.
Hey guys, let's take a look at another sneak peek.
A ver.
Retro toys? Awesome. Let's go take a look. So one of the cool things to look forward to in 2020 and in 2021 is Funko's put together an amazing look at retro toys. This is stuff that everybody grew up with in different eras.
Es el de operando.
Seeing characters like G.I. Joe, everybody from the 60s and 70s remembers
Wow.
Stretch Armstrong. This is the rare chase piece with the super stretched out arms.
Right.
Who didn't play Operation when they were a kid? Anybody know what this character's name is? Cavity Sam. Glowworm, Mr. Potato Head. So how about a
O sea, hicieron como...
sneak peek?
Ha de ser
What
como...
Wave 2's
Se
gonna
juntaron
look
con... Imagina, o sea, Funko se juntó como con Hasbro, eso está bien raro.
Transformers. I know our fans have been asking for
Los
this.
esos Transformers están padres. El Optimus Prime.
El
El
Optimus
Bumblebee.
Expect more classic Transformers over the next couple of years. Mr. Monopoly. We've seen him before.
La
not as
prisión.
the get out of jail
Pero
card.
la cárcel ahí.
Not with the second prize tuxedo. Clue. One of my favorite games growing up. Popples. A great toy line from the past. And Mrs. Potato Head and Furby.
Un Funko Pop de Furby.
Of what's going to be a year-long
Y
celebration.
si quisieras tu propia película o serie,
Retro toys.
sí, estaría bien. Estaría bien.
TV.
Estaría bien.
Hey SDCC, Jack here from Jack in the Box. Sorry we can't be together this year, but I suppose that just gives you more time to get your Jackbox cosplay ready for next year. Looking forward to it.
So here
Qué
it
buen
is in
anuncio.
person, guys. You know we love ad icons. We love that line. And here it is. Jack from Jack in the Box. Out of the box for the first time in person.
Oh.
Oh.
Si es que no es el muñeco que se estira, sí.
Celebrity shoutouts.
Funko Fanatics, this is Luke Spiller here from the Struts, and I wanted to say a quick hello from myself and the rest of the guys. The Funko community has been something which has been really dear to our hearts, and I hope you guys are all doing really well. Remember to stay safe, and hopefully I'll get to see you all live very, very soon, and I'll be happy to sign a couple of more of these bad boys. How cool is this? I remember when I first got officially popped, I think I was in Japan backstage about to go on, if I remember correctly.
I'm on. Hi, baby. You want me to open this up? Oh, I think I know what this is. Oh, yes. Wow.
I want one too.
I also want one. It will take center stage on my mum and dad's piano back at home.
You can be cool, you can be shy, say what you want.
Espera, copyright, espérate. Entonces, espérate.
Sí.
Espérate. Ya le bajamos.
No pasó nada.
Ahí está, listo.
Sneak peek. So what's really cool about Marvel Battle World is it's micro collectibles meets an adventure game, and it's a cooperative game. It means
Sí he visto, o sea, ya he visto que era como un juego medio raro, pero también iban a sacar como una serie.
Teams up together. So when your friends join, you guys are all teaming up against the big bad villain in this game.
Yo no sabía de la existencia de esto.
Is the characters, right? So it's led by the Iron Mans, the Captain Marvels.
Es que está medio raro.
It's also a lot of the whimsical characters from the Marvel comic universe. Throg, which is a frog version of Thor. There's Captain America, and there's Spider-Ham, our main hero.
Yo hablan sin emoción. Nosotros no.
It's ages 5 and up. Families are going to play it. What's really cool is you have these collectible cards. You roll dice. You build a world. And then there's this mystery part of the game where as the game goes along, you break open these Thanos stones. Look at that. And you find another mystery character that goes into the battle. This one happens to be Black Panther. So this is exclusive right now at Target. It's only been out for about 2 weeks. Super excited.
Adiós dinero y directo.
There's also a lot of
Adiós dinero, exacto.
content that goes along with
Leo, yo te reto a ver películas. A ver, pues ya las vi, pero también podríamos hacer un maratón de Volver al Futuro. Estaría chido.
Bajarle. Ah, ese ya lo había visto. Lo voy a bajar todo porque si no nos cae el copyright.
Aquí no hay nada.
Ahí está. Vamos a ponerle aquí para que no nos caiga. O bien, así. Básicamente esta es como una serie de multiversos. Está bien padre, vean el Venom. Está padre. Sí, ya lo había visto este. Vamos a dejarle ahí donde dice Battle World. Porque si no, nos cae el copyright.
Mabuhay! Philippine Funko Fanatic family, you're in for a real treat. I got my shirt on, I'm ready to go. You know why? Because we're going to show you a very special unboxing for the very first time. I'm really excited about this one. Check it out.
Hey, what's up? Joe Coy. I'm in LA. I'm in my house. I'm being safe. Wearing my mask when I need to go out. But when I'm inside, I look for things to make me happy. And guess what? Today something made me very happy. Because I got this in the mail. Funko Pop. Joe Coy? Exclusive? Are you kidding me? Number 4, baby. Funko Pop. What does it look like? Let's see. Let's take it out. Let's see if it looks like me, if it dresses like me, if it swags like me, if it acts like me. Let's see. see. This is ridiculous. It looks just like me.
Siento que está un poquito más blanco. El otro es más rojito.
I got that specially made from the ghetto to the Getty jacket. I mean, this is the coolest one ever made. Bias, of course. Funko, you killed this one. You guys can pre-order this ASAP.
Realmente lo mató porque se cayó.
Pre-sale starts. Funko Pop Joe Coy exclusive. Get it while supplies last. There's hardly any available. I'm just saying. Might want to get these before they run out.
¿Qué va a ser ASMR?
Okay, guys, let's take a look at another sneak peek. Guys, on this sneak peek,
Estos están bastante padres.
I'm a huge Pixar fan. The aliens from Toy Story are some of my favorite characters. And Disney's allowed us to come up with this amazing collaboration between taking the aliens and some of the greatest Pixar characters over the last 2 decades.
El de Op.
We have a great Mr. Bean
De Coco también.
Obviously, Pops. And my favorite is this 10-inch
Necesito ese de ahí. El de Woody gigante.
Excited about it, and like I said, an absolute overdose on cuteness.
Celebrity shout-out.
Ahora quién le va a hacer su
What's up,
Funko.
Funko Fanatics? This is Ming Chen from Comic Book Men, aka Super Ming. Just want to urge you guys to keep the fun going, keep collecting. Fanatics for life.
Hey, Funko Fanatics. Kirk Hammett from Metallica here. Hope you're enjoying Funko's Virtual Con 2020. As a fellow collector, it's been great being popped by Funko, and looking forward to rocking it again with you guys in 2021.
All right, Funko Fanatics, I think that's just about all the time we have left for today. So if I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, good night.
And from everybody at Funko, we miss you guys. Stay safe, and we hope that Fun TV brought you just a little bit of happiness tonight. We'll see you later.
The Grace Films. Pues bueno.
Ahí está el último logo de Comic Con at Home de toda la Comic Con at Home 2020. ¡Wow! Ya acabamos. Con esto acabamos nuestra cobertura de la Comic Con at Home 2020. Realmente fue un honor poderles traer a muchos de los paneles de la Comic Con at Home, poderlos cubrir, poder convivir con ustedes, responder sus preguntas, que también se convirtió en un preguntas y respuestas al final. Muchas gracias por compartir la Comic Con at Home, su experiencia de Comic Con at Home con nosotros. ¿Tú, Leo?
Sí, pues más de lo mismo. Ha sido todo un placer estar estos 4 días, todas estas horas con ustedes, viviendo estos paneles, platicando un poquito y respondiendo sus preguntas con los debates y todo. Y nada, fue todo un honor y un placer.
Ya llegó el tiempo de acabar. En serio, les queremos agradecer de todo corazón todo su apoyo. Tuvieron muy buena recepción todos los directos. Muchas gracias por todos sus comentarios. Fue para nosotros en serio un honor traerles esta cobertura. Esperemos verlos en la cobertura de DC Fandom. Aquí los vamos a estar esperando para que vengan. No olviden, muy pronto se vienen los resúmenes ya de los últimos días de la Comic Con. Va a estar bastante completo el resumen para que los vean. No olviden suscribirse y darle like al directo si les gustó. Y bueno, ahora sí, nos estamos viendo muy muy pronto. Les voy a dejar el canal de Leo también en la descripción. Muchas gracias, Leo, por acompañarnos. Estuvo bastante padre.
Bastante chido.
Lo pueden encontrar como Itsleofilms o Itsleofilms también en YouTube, Itsleo595 en YouTube y también Itsleofilms en Facebook.
Sí.
Y bueno, a mí me encuentran como Emilius31 en Facebook, Twitter e Instagram, también aquí en YouTube. Y Así que nos vemos, dice Brian Valero. Listo, chicos, se termina la Comic Con, pero aquí vamos a seguir como una comunidad. Claro que sí, aquí siempre vamos a estar como una gran comunidad. En serio, se los agradezco a todos por haber estado aquí. Brian Valero y Johanna Gabriela, que estuvieron aquí todos los días, casi todas las horas. También Diego MC, que también estuvo aquí.
YouTube
Fran. Varios que ahorita tal vez ya no están, pero por ejemplo, ¿quién más? Just a Toast, que estuvo varias veces, y muchos otros. Así que en serio les agradecemos de todo corazón que nos hayan acompañado y nos vemos muy pronto.
Bye.
Bye.